Welcome aboard, friends. You're now tuned into the Fanfic Club. We're super excited to share today's story with you. What if Fleur's Veela heritage recognized Harry as her soulmate at age 10 and she broke into Privet Drive to rescue him? If you enjoy what we do here, the best way to support us is by liking, commenting, and subscribing. We read every comment. Ready? Let's go. Chapter 1, The Call of Magic. The dreams began on Fleur Delacour's 14th birthday. At first, they were nothing more than fleeting impressions, a flash of startling green eyes, the sensation of confinement, a bone-deep loneliness that lingered even after she woke. Fleur dismissed them as peculiar nightmares, the kind that occasionally plagued witches coming into their power. But by the third night, the dreams had crystallized into something more substantial. More disturbing. More real. Fleur. You'll be late for breakfast. Her mother's melodic voice floated up the grand staircase of Chateau Delicur. Fleur pressed her palms against her temples, trying to push away the remnants of last night's vision. A small boy with unruly black hair huddled in darkness, hungry and afraid. The details were sharper this time, a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, glasses held together with tape, clothes that hung from his thin frame like elephant skin. "Coming, Maman," she called back, her voice steadier than she felt. The morning light streamed through tall windows, bathing her bedroom in a golden glow that belied her unease. Fleur splashed cold water on her face and studied her reflection in the ornate mirror above her basin. Even at 14, she was striking, silvery blonde hair cascading past her shoulders, delicate features, and eyes the color of a summer sky. The telltale signs of her Veela heritage were becoming more pronounced as she matured. As were the strange abilities that came with it. Downstairs, the Delicur family breakfast room sparkled with sunlight. Her father, Sebastian, sat behind his copy of Le Chroniqueur Magique, occasionally muttering about the incompetence of the French minister for magic. Her mother, Apollon, was directing the preparation of crepes with elegant flicks of her wand, while her 7-year-old sister Gabrielle carefully arranged strawberries into smiling faces on her plate. "There you are," Apollon said. "I was beginning to think you'd sleep the day away." "Sorry, Maman," Fleur said, settling into her chair. "I didn't sleep well." Apollon's expression softened. With her Veela blood more concentrated than Fleur's, her mother's beauty was almost painful to behold when she was concerned. "The dreams again?" Fleur nodded, accepting a plate of crepes. "They're becoming clearer. More insistent." Sebastian lowered his newspaper. "What sort of dreams, mon cœur?" "I keep seeing a boy. Younger than me. He's living in terrible conditions, locked away, I think. Sometimes in a small room, sometimes in what looks like a cupboard." Fleur pushed her breakfast around her plate. "He's unhappy. So unhappy it hurts to feel it." Her parents exchanged a glance that Fleur couldn't interpret. "Is he real, do you think?" Sebastian asked carefully. "I don't know. But it doesn't feel like imagination." Fleur set down her fork. "Last night, I saw more. There were people, a large man with a purple face, a horse-faced woman, and a boy like a small pig. They were cruel to him." Apollon moved to sit beside her daughter, brushing a strand of hair from Fleur's face with cool fingers. "And this boy with the cruel family, can you describe him?" "He's small, thin. Black hair that sticks up everywhere. Green eyes, brilliant green, like emeralds. And he has a scar." Fleur traced a lightning bolt on her own forehead. "Here." The silverware in Sebastian's hand clattered to his plate. Apollon's breath caught. "What?" Fleur looked between her parents. "Do you know who he is?" Apollon's voice was barely above a whisper. "If your description is accurate, you're dreaming of Harry Potter." "Harry Potter?" Fleur frowned. "The British boy who defeated the Dark Wizard?" Sebastian nodded slowly. "The very same. But he's supposed to be living safely with his mother's relatives in England." Not. He trailed off, troubled. Fleur, Apollon said with uncharacteristic urgency, there's something we need to discuss. Something about your Veela heritage that typically wouldn't become relevant until you were older. Gabrielle, sensing the sudden tension, piped up. Can I be excused to play with the Kneasel kittens? Yes, ma petite, Sebastian said absently. Just stay within the garden wards. Once Gabrielle had skipped from the room, Apollon took Fleur's hands in hers. The women of our bloodline sometimes experience a rare phenomenon. It is called l'appel du cœur, the call of the heart. Like the fairy tales? Fleur asked. Her grandmother had told stories of Veela ancestresses finding their perfect matches through magical means, but Fleur had assumed they were just that, stories. Not quite as romantic as the tales make it seem, Apollon smiled faintly, but yes, the essence is true. Occasionally, a Veela's magic will recognize a compatible soul, someone whose magic resonates perfectly with our own. When this happens, if the other person is in distress or danger, visions may occur. Fleur's eyes widened. You're suggesting Harry Potter is my, what? My soulmate? That's an oversimplification, her father interjected, but essentially, yes. Your magic is reaching out to his, attempting to form a connection. But why now? Why him? He must be, 10 years old. I don't even know him. Age means little to magic, Apollon said softly. And in times of great need, the connection can manifest early. If what you're seeing is accurate, then this boy's situation may be triggering the bond prematurely. Fleur stood abruptly, pacing the sunlit breakfast room. This is absurd. I'm supposed to believe that I'm somehow magically connected to a child I've never met, who lives in another country. I understand it's difficult to accept, Apollon said. Perhaps we're mistaken. But we should investigate, regardless. If Harry Potter is truly living in the conditions you've described, someone should intervene. Sebastian nodded, his expression grim. I have contacts in the British ministry through my work. I can make discreet inquiries about the boy's situation. Fleur pressed her fingers to her temples again. Another flash, the boy being shoved into a cupboard under stairs, a lock clicking into place. His resignation. His hopelessness. We need to hurry, she whispered. Something feels urgent. The next 3 days passed in a whirlwind of discreet inquiries and muffled arguments. Fleur's dreams intensified, showing her more of Harry's daily life, cooking breakfast for his relatives while receiving none himself, weeding gardens under a blistering sun, being chased by his cousin and other boys through neighborhood streets. On the 4th night, she woke screaming. Her parents burst into her bedroom, wands drawn. What is it? Sebastian demanded, eyes scanning the room for threats. He's hurt, Fleur gasped, clutching at her chest where phantom pain bloomed. The uncle, he was angry about something, accidental magic, I think. He grabbed Harry's arm and, Apollon sat beside her on the bed, stroking her hair. Breathe, ma chérie. We have to do something. Fleur insisted. Tonight I saw their address, number 4, Privet Drive. We know where he is now. Fleur, her father said carefully, we can't simply burst into a muggle home in Britain based on your dreams, even if they are magical in nature. There are protocols, international magical cooperation agreements, to hell with protocols. Fleur snapped, surprising herself with her vehemence. A child is suffering. We're not dismissing your concerns, Apollon soothed. Sebastian has been making inquiries. There's something strange about the boy's guardianship. His placement seems to have been arranged by Albus Dumbledore personally, bypassing the usual ministry oversight. The British Magical Child Welfare Authorities have no record of any inspections, Sebastian added. Which is unusual for any magical child living with muggles, let alone one of Potter's significance. Fleur's eyes flashed. Then we go ourselves. Tonight. We verify what I'm seeing. Her parents exchanged another of those meaningful looks. Very well, Sebastian finally said. We'll go to observe only. If what you're seeing is accurate, we'll take appropriate action through official channels. Fleur knew they were humoring her, expecting to find nothing amiss, to dismiss her dreams as an overactive imagination. But she also knew what she had seen. What she had felt. Harry Potter needed help. And somehow, inexplicably, he needed her. Little Whinging, Surrey was depressingly uniform, identical houses with identical gardens lined up in precise rows like soldiers awaiting inspection. The Delicurs, dressed in Muggle clothing that managed to look both expensive and effortlessly stylish, stood beneath a disillusionment charm at the end of Privet Drive. Number 4 should be there, Sebastian murmured, pointing to a house indistinguishable from its neighbors except for the brass number gleaming on its door. I feel something, Fleur whispered. Magic. Old magic, around the property. Apollon nodded. Protection wards. Powerful ones. Then we were right to come, Sebastian said. Someone went to great lengths to protect this place. Or to keep something contained, Fleur countered darkly. They approached cautiously. Despite being invisible to Muggle eyes, they moved with care, aware that magical wards might detect their presence. The wards are blood-based, Apollon said after passing her wand in a complex pattern. Ancient protection. I believe they're tied to the woman who lives here. If she's Lily Potter's sister, they're using the shared blood connection to maintain protections from the night Voldemort fell. Clever, Sebastian admitted. That would explain Dumbledore's involvement. But blood wards protect against external threats, not internal ones. A shrill voice from inside the house carried through an open window. Boy! Have you finished the dishes yet? Fleur tensed. The voice matched the horse-faced woman from her dreams. Almost, Aunt Petunia, came a small, resigned reply. Fleur's heart leapt. That voice, she knew it without ever having heard it before. We need to see inside, she whispered urgently. Sebastian cast a subtle charm that allowed them to see through the windows without being noticed. In the kitchen, a small boy stood on a stool at the sink, his arms submerged in soapy water up to his elbows. His oversized clothes hung from his frame, and even from a distance, they could see the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. That's him, Fleur breathed. That's exactly how I saw him. Apollon's face had gone very still. Look at his arm. Where the too large sleeve had ridden up, dark bruises circled Harry's forearm. Sebastian's expression hardened. We've seen enough. They watched as Harry finished the dishes, then was directed to clean the bathrooms upstairs. When he walked past the staircase, they noticed how his eyes darted toward a small cupboard under the stairs, a fleeting glance loaded with meaning. The cupboard, Fleur whispered. That's where they keep him. Where he sleeps. Her father's jaw tightened. We need to contact the British authorities. No, Apollon interrupted, her voice uncharacteristically hard. Look at those wards. Feel them. This placement has Dumbledore's magic all over it. The British ministry likely knows nothing about the boy's true situation. Then what do we do? Fleur demanded. We can't leave him here. A large, purple-faced man they hadn't yet seen stomped into the hallway. Boy, he bellowed. Get down here. Harry appeared at the top of the stairs, his thin shoulders hunched. Yes, Uncle Vernon. Mrs. Fig can't take you tomorrow. You'll have to come with us to the zoo for Dudley's birthday. The man looked as though he'd swallowed something sour. And there'll be no funny business, you hear me? One hint of your freakishness and you'll be in that cupboard until Christmas. Yes, Uncle Vernon, Harry said quietly. The large man stomped away, and Harry's shoulders slumped further, a look of resigned dread on his young face. That was the moment Fleur knew they would be taking him, protocols and international agreements be damned. To her surprise, her parents seemed to have reached the same conclusion. We'll need to act quickly, Sebastian murmured. The wards will likely alert Dumbledore if we remove the boy. Then we go through proper channels first, Apollon decided. We document what we've seen and file emergency papers with the International Confederation of Wizards. Claim emergency intervention under the Child Protection Clauses of the International Magical Cooperation Treaty. Fleur stared at her mother. That could take days. Not necessarily, Sebastian said thoughtfully. I know someone at the French Embassy in London who could process the paperwork tonight. By morning, we could have provisional custody, enough to remove him legally. And if Dumbledore objects? Fleur asked. He'll have to explain why he placed the boy in an abusive home, Apollon said grimly. Even Albus Dumbledore isn't above international magical law. Dawn was breaking when they returned to Privet Drive, this time with official-looking parchments bearing the seals of the International Confederation of Wizards and the French Ministry of Magic. Remember the plan, Sebastian instructed as they approached the door of number 4. We present the documents, explain the situation calmly, and leave with Harry. No magic unless absolutely necessary, we don't want to trigger the wards until we're ready to depart. Fleur nodded, her heart hammering in her chest. After a night of frantic preparations and legal maneuvering, leveraging her father's position in the Department of International Magical Cooperation, they had secured emergency temporary custody of Harry Potter, primarily by keeping Dumbledore's people out of the loop until the paperwork was filed. Sebastian knocked on the door, 3 sharp raps that seemed to echo in the quiet morning. After a moment, the horse-faced woman, Petunia, opened the door, her expression souring instantly at the sight of 3 impeccably dressed strangers on her doorstep. We're not interested in whatever you're selling, she sniffed, moving to close the door. Sebastian smoothly placed his foot in the gap. Mrs. Dursley, we're not salespeople. We're here regarding your nephew, Harry Potter. The effect was immediate, Petunia's face drained of color, and her eyes darted to the neighboring houses. Get inside, quickly, she hissed. Before someone sees you. They stepped into the immaculate hallway, and Fleur's eyes immediately went to the cupboard under the stairs. A small vent was cut into the door, and a simple bolt lock was mounted on the outside. Vernon! Petunia called, her voice tight with panic. Vernon, come down here at once. The large man from Fleur's visions thundered down the stairs, the wood creaking ominously under his weight. His face flushed purple upon seeing the elegant strangers in his hallway. Who the devil are you people? He demanded. I am Sebastian Delicour of the French Ministry of Magic, Fleur's father said with icy politeness. This is my wife, Apollon, and my daughter, Fleur. We're here regarding serious concerns about your treatment of Harry Potter. Vernon's face cycled through several shades of purple. I don't know what nonsense you're talking about, but I want you freaks out of my house this instant. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Apollon said, her voice as cold as winter wind. We have documentation of abuse and neglect toward your nephew. We've been granted emergency custody by the International Confederation of Wizards. She handed over the official parchments, which Vernon snatched and immediately tried to tear. The papers merely reassembled themselves in his hands, causing him to drop them with a yelp. This is outrageous. Vernon spluttered. We took the boy in out of the goodness of our hearts. Fed him, clothed him, in a cupboard, Fleur interrupted, unable to contain herself any longer. You keep him locked in a cupboard under the stairs. Petunia blanched. How could you possibly? A small creak drew everyone's attention to the top of the stairs, where Harry stood frozen, watching the scene with wide green eyes. Harry, Fleur said softly, and something in her chest seemed to resonate at the direct sight of him. Come down, please. We're here to help you. Harry hesitated, clearly confused. I don't understand. Who are you? They're nobody. Vernon bellowed, his face now approaching burgundy. Go back to your room, boy. We're people who care about your welfare, Apollon said gently to Harry. We know you're not being treated well here, and we're going to take you somewhere safe. Harry's eyes, magnified by his taped glasses, flicked between the Delacours and his aunt and uncle. Distrust warred with desperate hope on his young face. Is this some kind of joke? It is not a joke, Sebastian said firmly. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley will need Harry to pack his belongings. We've arranged for his transfer to France, where he'll be placed in our care temporarily while a permanent solution is determined. You can't just take him. Petunia shrieked. Dumbledore said he has to stay here. The protection will be addressed, Apollon finished smoothly. But protection from external threats does not justify abuse within these walls. Vernon lunged forward suddenly, grabbing Sebastian by the front of his impeccable suit. Now you listen here, the temperature in the hallway plummeted. Apollon hadn't moved, but her eyes now gleamed with an otherworldly light, and the air around her seemed to shimmer. When she spoke, her voice carried an undercurrent that made the windows vibrate. Remove your hands from my husband, or I will remove them from your arms. Vernon released Sebastian and stumbled back, terror etched on his face. For the first time, he seemed to realize he wasn't dealing with ordinary people, or even ordinary wizards. Harry, Fleur said, turning away from the adults, please get your things. We're leaving. Harry still hesitated, suspicion written across his features. Why would you help me? You don't even know me. The simple question cut Fleur to the quick. How could she explain the strange connection that had brought her to him? That she had witnessed his suffering in dreams? That her very magic seemed to recognize his? Because no child deserves to be treated this way, she said instead. Because you are Harry Potter, and you're important to the magical world. And because. She hesitated, then finished softly, because sometimes magic knows better than people. Something in her words seemed to reach him. Or perhaps it was just that any alternative seemed better than staying with the Dursleys. Harry nodded slowly. I don't have much to pack, he said. Go with him, Fleur, Apollon suggested. Help him gather his things while we finish discussing matters with Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. Fleur followed Harry up the stairs, noting how he instinctively walked close to the wall, as though trying to make himself invisible. He led her to a small bedroom that looked like a storage room for broken toys and discarded objects. This is your room? Fleur asked, unable to keep the horror from her voice. Only recently, Harry said with a shrug that broke her heart. I used to sleep in the cupboard under the stairs, but after I started getting letters. Fleur interrupted. Yeah, weird ones. Addressed to the cupboard under the stairs. Uncle Vernon went mental, destroyed them all. Then he moved me up here. Harry gestured vaguely. I think he was worried someone was watching the house. Someone was, Fleur thought grimly. And yet they did nothing. Harry pulled a tattered pillowcase from under his bed and began stuffing a few oversized clothes into it. Fleur noticed there were no personal items, no toys or books that hadn't been broken by his cousin first. Is this really all you have? She asked softly. Harry looked embarrassed. I have some broken toy soldiers under the loose floorboard, he admitted. And a couple of Dudley's books he didn't want. Fleur's heart constricted painfully. Get them. All of it. While Harry pried up the floorboard, Fleur transfigured the pillowcase into a proper travel bag. Harry watched with wide eyes. You can do magic too, he whispered. Of course, Fleur said, surprised. Can't you? Sometimes weird things happen around me. Uncle Vernon calls it my freakishness. Harry looked down. Is that magic? Fleur had to swallow past the lump in her throat. Yes, Harry. You're a wizard. A rather famous one, in fact. I'm a what? A wizard. Your parents were magical too. Harry's face lit up. My parents? You knew my parents? Not personally, Fleur admitted. But I know of them. They were very brave, very powerful. And they loved you very much. Aunt Petunia said they died in a car crash. That's how I got this. He touched the lightning scar on his forehead. Fleur stared at him in disbelief. They told you, she broke off, gathering her composure. That's not true, Harry. Your parents were murdered by a dark wizard. You're the only person who ever survived his killing curse. That's why you're famous in our world. Harry sat heavily on the edge of the bed, his few possessions clutched in his small hands. I don't understand any of this. I know, Fleur said gently. It's a lot to take in. But I promise we'll explain everything once we get you somewhere safe. A commotion from downstairs interrupted them. Raised voices, then a sudden silence that was somehow more alarming. We should go, Fleur said, taking Harry's hand. Quickly. They descended the stairs to find Vernon and Petunia frozen in place, not petrified, but apparently unable to move or speak. Apollon stood with her wand extended, while Sebastian was examining the cupboard under the stairs with a thunderous expression. Maman? Fleur questioned. They became difficult, Apollon said mildly. We thought it best to expedite our departure. There are blood wards tied to the property, Sebastian said, straightening. Complex magic. They'll alert Dumbledore the moment Harry crosses the boundary. We need to be ready to disapparate immediately. Harry, Apollon said gently, kneeling to his eye level, we're going to use magic to transport you to our home in France. It might feel uncomfortable, like being squeezed through a tight tube, but it will be over quickly. Harry nodded uncertainly, clutching his bag of meager possessions. What about my aunt and uncle? He asked, glancing at their frozen forms. The spell will wear off in an hour, Sebastian assured him. They won't be harmed. Fleur thought they deserved far worse, but said nothing. Sebastian took out a silver pocket watch and checked it. The international port key activates in 3 minutes. We need to move outside the wards. Apollon turned to the frozen Dursleys. Your treatment of this child has been reprehensible. Be grateful we're bound by laws against harming muggles. They stepped outside into the morning sunshine, Harry walking between Fleur and her mother. As they reached the edge of the garden, Fleur felt a sudden surge of magic, the wards recognizing Harry's intent to leave. Now, Sebastian said sharply, pulling a silver letter opener from his pocket. Everyone touched the port key. All 4 of them placed a finger on the silver object. Harry looked terrified but determined. It's going to be all right, Fleur told him, just as the port key activated and the world dissolved into a whirlwind of color and sound. They landed in the entrance hall of Chateau Delicour, Harry stumbling and falling to his knees. Fleur helped him up, noticing how he flinched slightly at the contact. Welcome to our home, Harry, Apollon said warmly. You're safe here. Harry looked around in wonder at the soaring ceilings, magical paintings, and elegant furnishings. This is your house. Our family has lived here for 9 generations, Sebastian explained, shrinking the port key and tucking it away. The wards here are nearly as old as those at Privet Drive, but considerably more pleasant. A small blonde missile suddenly launched down the grand staircase. You're back. Did you find? Gabrielle skidded to a halt at the sight of Harry. Her eyes widened. Is that him? The boy from Fleur's dreams? Gabrielle. Apollon chided. Harry turned to Fleur with a confused expression. Dreams? Fleur felt her cheeks heat. It's complicated. I'll explain later. You must be hungry, Apollon said, smoothly changing the subject. Tilly. With a crack, a house elf appeared, dressed in a neat tea towel embroidered with the Delicur crest. Harry jumped in surprise. Mistress called Tilly, the elf squeaked. Please prepare breakfast for our guest, Apollon requested. And ready the blue guest room. Right away, mistress. Tilly disappeared with another crack. What was that? Harry asked, wide-eyed. A house elf, Sebastian explained. Magical servants who work for wizarding families. Ours are free elves who receive payment and holidays, but many are bound to their families. Harry nodded slowly, clearly overwhelmed by the cascade of new information. "Come," Fleur said gently, taking his hand. "Let's get you settled. Then we can explain everything properly." As she led Harry toward the breakfast room, a sudden commotion at the main doors made them all turn. The massive oak doors flew open without anyone touching them, and a tall figure with a long silver beard stepped into the entrance hall. Albus Dumbledore had arrived, and he did not look pleased. "What have you done?" he demanded, his usually twinkling eyes now hard as flint. "Do you have any idea what you've done by removing Harry from his aunt and uncle's home?" Sebastian stepped forward, placing himself between Dumbledore and the children. "We've removed an abused child from an intolerable situation, as is our right and duty under the International Confederation's Child Protection Clauses, which you helped draft, as I recall, Dumbledore." "Abuse?" Dumbledore's expression faltered momentarily. "I'm sure there's been a misunderstanding. The Dursleys may not be the most affectionate guardians, but they kept him in a cupboard," Apollon interrupted coldly. "He's malnourished, wearing clothes fit for a child 3 times his size, and bears bruises from his uncle's hands." Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Harry, who had instinctively moved closer to Fleur. Something like pain crossed the old wizard's face. "Harry," he said softly, "was it truly so bad?" Harry looked at the floor. "I don't know what's normal, sir. It's the only home I remember." The simple statement seemed to hit Dumbledore like a physical blow. "We have temporary custody," Sebastian said, producing the legal documents. "Approved by the International Confederation of Wizards' Child Welfare Division." "Those papers were processed without my knowledge," Dumbledore said, though with less conviction. As Supreme Mugwump, you should know better than to place a child in an abusive home," Apollon cut in. "And better than to try to override emergency custody protocols when evidence of abuse exists." "You don't understand," Dumbledore said, his voice suddenly tired. "The blood wards at Privet Drive offer Harry protection that cannot be replicated elsewhere. Protection from those who would harm him." "What good is protection from external threats," Fleur spoke up suddenly, "when the threat is inside the house?" Dumbledore looked at her as though truly seeing her for the first time. "You're the Delicour girl. The one with Veela heritage." "My daughter, yes," Sebastian confirmed. Something like understanding dawned in Dumbledore's eyes. "Ah. That explains much." He turned back to Harry. "Harry, I placed you with your aunt and uncle because your mother's blood, the sacrifice she made for you, created a protection that lives on in her sister. While you call that place home, that protection shields you from Voldemort and his followers." "But Voldemort is gone," Harry said, confusion evident in his voice. "Not gone," Dumbledore said heavily. "Merely defeated temporarily." The adults in the room tensed. "Nevertheless," Sebastian said firmly, "the boy stays with us for now. We can discuss alternative protective measures. Our home has considerable defenses of its own." "And what of Hogwarts?" Dumbledore asked. "Harry is registered to begin his magical education there in September." "We haven't decided yet," Apollon answered. "Beauxbatons would welcome him, I'm sure." Dumbledore sighed deeply. "May I speak with Harry alone for a moment?" Fleur felt Harry's hand tighten around hers. "I'd prefer Fleur stay with me," he said, with unexpected firmness. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly, but he nodded. "Very well." The others moved a short distance away, though Fleur noticed her parents kept their wands ready. "Harry," Dumbledore began gently, "I placed you with your aunt and uncle believing it was the best arrangement for your safety. If conditions there were difficult, I deeply regret not being more attentive. Why didn't you ever check on me?" Harry asked, and the simple question held such hurt that Fleur felt her chest constrict. Dumbledore seemed to age before their eyes. "I had someone watching, a squib named Arabella Figg. She reported you were adequately cared for." "Mrs. Figg?" Harry looked stunned. "The cat lady? She's magical." A squib is someone born to magical parents but without magic themselves, Dumbledore explained. And yes, she was placed in Little Whinging to keep an eye on you. She never helped me, Harry said quietly. Never told me about magic. Let me go back to the Dursleys after seeing how they treated me. Dumbledore had no immediate response to that. The Delicours came for me, Harry continued. People I've never met. They saw I needed help and they helped me. Why couldn't you have done that? The raw hurt in the question hung in the air between them. I believed I was acting for the greater good, Dumbledore finally said. I see now I may have been mistaken. Fleur felt a surge of respect for the old wizard's admission, reluctant though it was. What happens now? Harry asked. For the moment, you will stay with the Delacours, Dumbledore conceded. I will work with them to establish suitable protective measures. And when the time comes for your magical education. He glanced at the Delacours. We will discuss your options. I want to go to Hogwarts, Harry said unexpectedly. My parents went there, didn't they? Dumbledore's eyes softened. They did indeed. Both exceptional students. Then that's where I want to go. Harry looked up at Fleur. If that's all right. Of course, Fleur said, surprised and touched that he would seek her approval. Whatever you wish. Dumbledore turned back to the adult Delacours. May I return this afternoon to discuss protective measures? I believe we share the same goal, Harry's safety and well-being. Sebastian nodded stiffly. That would be acceptable. 2:00. I shall return then. Dumbledore looked once more at Harry. I am truly sorry, my boy. I hope you can forgive an old man's mistakes. With that, he turned and walked out the doors, seeming somehow diminished. After he left, Harry exhaled shakily. Was that really Albus Dumbledore? The one on the chocolate frog card Dudley stole from a boy at school. Despite everything, Fleur found herself laughing. Yes, Harry. That was the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and headmaster of Hogwarts. And you just stood up to him, Harry said, looking at all the Delacours with newfound awe. Anyone would have done the same, Apollon said, though they all knew that wasn't true. Now, Sebastian said briskly, I believe Tilly has prepared breakfast. And we have much to explain to Harry about his new life. As they walked toward the breakfast room, Gabrielle skipping ahead and peppering Harry with questions, Fleur felt a curious warmth in her chest, something beyond satisfaction at having helped rescue him. Something deeper, more fundamental. Her magic hummed contentedly in her veins, as though it had found something long missing. The Veela soulmate bond. L'appel du cœur. She glanced at Harry, who was looking around the chateau with wonder and cautious happiness. He was just a child now, and she only 14 herself. Whatever this bond meant for their future, for now, she would be his protector, his guide to the magical world. His friend. And for the first time since the dreams began, Fleur felt completely at peace. Over breakfast, the Delacours began the daunting task of explaining the wizarding world to Harry. His wide-eyed wonder as Sebastian enchanted the sugar bowl to dance across the table or as Apollon conjured butterflies from thin air filled Fleur with a strange joy. So my parents were magical, Harry said, savoring the phrase. And they didn't die in a car crash. No, Apollon confirmed gently. They were murdered by a dark wizard who called himself Lord Voldemort. He was gathering power, gathering followers. Your parents opposed him. Why did he come after them specifically? Harry asked. The adults exchanged glances. That's something Dumbledore might be better positioned to answer, Sebastian said carefully. What we know is that Voldemort came to your parents' home in Godric's Hollow on Halloween night in 1981. He killed your father first, then your mother. But when he tried to kill you, he trailed off. Something extraordinary happened, Apollon continued. The killing curse, Avada Kedavra, had never failed before. But when Voldemort cast it at you, it rebounded. It destroyed him instead, leaving only that scar on your forehead. Harry's hand drifted to the lightning bolt mark. So I'm famous because I didn't die. You're famous because you defeated the darkest wizard of our time, Fleur corrected. When you were just a baby. But I didn't do anything, Harry protested. I don't even remember it. Magic sometimes works in ways we don't understand, Sebastian said. Perhaps your mother's love protected you. Perhaps your own innate magic. Whatever the cause, you survived what should have been unsurvivable. And Voldemort died? Again, that careful exchange of glances. His body was destroyed, Apollon said. Most believe he died. Some, like Dumbledore, believe he found a way to prevent true death and may someday return. Harry absorbed this, pushing eggs around his plate. And that's why I had to stay with the Dursleys. Because of some magical protection from my mother's blood. That appears to be Dumbledore's reasoning, Sebastian confirmed. Though we believe he should have monitored your situation more closely. But why did you come for me? Harry asked, turning to Fleur. Your sister mentioned dreams. Fleur felt her cheeks warm again. It's related to my Veela heritage. Veela? Harry looked confused. Magical beings, Apollon explained. I am half Veela, making Fleur and Gabrielle quarter Veela. We have certain abilities beyond ordinary witches. Like what? An allure that can entrance weak-minded men, Apollon said with a small smile. Heightened magical ability with certain elements, particularly fire. And occasionally, specific Veela gifts. In my case, Fleur said hesitantly, I began having dreams about you. Visions of your life with the Dursleys. My mother believes it's a manifestation of l'appel du cœur, the call of the heart. What's that? Harry asked. It's a rare phenomenon, Apollon continued when Fleur faltered. Sometimes, a Veela's magic recognizes a compatible soul, someone whose magic resonates particularly well with our own. When that person is in distress, visions can occur, leading the Veela to them. Harry blinked several times. So, your magic recognized mine? Even though we'd never met? It appears so, Sebastian said. It's exceedingly rare, especially at Fleur's age. What does it mean? Harry asked, looking between them all. For us, I mean. For now, very little, Apollon assured him. Your children. It simply means your magics are compatible in some fundamental way. Whatever it may develop into in the future, friendship, partnership, or something else, will be your choice when you're older. Oh. Harry looked relieved. So we're just friends? We can be, Fleur said, smiling at him. If you'd like. Harry smiled back, a real smile that transformed his thin face. I've never really had a friend before. The simple statement broke Fleur's heart all over again. Well, now you have several, Gabrielle announced importantly. Me and Fleur and all our friends from school too. Harry looked momentarily overwhelmed. Thank you, he said quietly. For everything. For coming to get me. For bringing me here. I still don't understand everything, but this is the best day of my life. Fleur reached across the table and squeezed his hand gently. It's just the first day of many better ones, Harry. I promise. After breakfast, Harry was shown to the blue guest room, a spacious chamber that made his eyes widen in disbelief. All this is for me? He asked, gazing at the four-poster bed, the window seat overlooking the gardens, the private bathroom with its marble fixtures. For as long as you stay with us, Apollon confirmed. Though we should go shopping soon for proper clothes and personal items. Harry looked down at his oversized hand-me-downs self-consciously. I don't have any money. Your parents left you well provided for, Sebastian assured him. There's a Potter vault at Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. We can arrange access through your magical guardian. Who's my magical guardian? Currently, That would be Dumbledore, Sebastian said. Though given recent events, that may change. Harry nodded, still looking around the room in wonder. What happens now? With the Dursleys, I mean. They have no legal recourse to reclaim you, Apollon said firmly. The evidence of neglect is clear. However, we will need to work with the British Ministry to formalize your guardianship situation. Will I ever have to go back there? Harry's voice was small. Never, Fleur said fiercely. Never again. Harry's shoulders relaxed infinitesimally. Good. Why don't you rest for a while? Apollon suggested. It's been an overwhelming morning. Fleur can show you the grounds later, if you'd like. Harry nodded, stifling a yawn. Emotional exhaustion was clearly catching up with him. As the Delacours left him to rest, Fleur glanced back to see Harry standing in the middle of the room, a lost expression on his face, as though he couldn't quite believe this wasn't all an elaborate dream. She understood the feeling perfectly. Dumbledore returned at precisely 2 o'clock, appearing at the edge of the estate's wards with a soft pop of apparition. This time, he seemed more composed, though no less serious. Thank you for receiving me again, he said as Sebastian led him into the chateau's study. I've had time to reflect on our earlier conversation. And? Apollon asked, pouring tea from a silver service. And I find myself deeply troubled by my own failure to ensure Harry's well-being, Dumbledore admitted, accepting the cup. I placed too much faith in the blood protection and too little in basic human decency. Sebastian nodded, satisfied with the admission. Then we can move forward constructively. Our primary concern is Harry's safety and happiness. As is mine, Dumbledore said. Though I must stress that the blood protection offered by his mother's sacrifice is no small thing. It has kept him safe from Voldemort's remaining followers for 9 years. Yet at what cost? Apollon asked pointedly. A cost I did not fully calculate, Dumbledore conceded. But the threat remains real. There are those who would harm Harry if given the opportunity. Our home is heavily warded, Sebastian said. And we have connections to the French Aura Division should additional protection be required. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. There may be a way to transfer a measure of the blood protection. A ritual that would bind the remnants of Lily Potter's sacrifice to new guardians. We're listening, Apollon said, intrigued despite her lingering anger with the old wizard. It would require blood freely given from Petunia Dursley, as Lily's blood relation, and from whomever would take up Harry's guardianship. Dumbledore glanced between them. It would create a magical kinship, not quite adoption, but a bond recognized by the old magics. Would the Dursley woman agree to this? Sebastian asked skeptically. I believe I could persuade her, Dumbledore said. Especially if it meant she would no longer be responsible for Harry. And the protection would transfer here? Apollon clarified. To our home. To wherever Harry considers home, with those he considers family, Dumbledore corrected. The magic is intent-based, tied to bonds of love and protection. It cannot be forced. Fleur, who had been sitting quietly in the corner of the study, spoke up. Would it interfere with other magical bonds? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled for the first time that day. You refer to the Veela bond beginning to form between you and Harry. No, Miss Delicur, it would not interfere. In fact, the two magics might well strengthen each other. Then we should discuss it with Harry, Sebastian decided. The choice must be his. Of course, Dumbledore agreed. There's another matter we should address as well, Harry's magical education. He expressed interest in attending Hogwarts, Apollon acknowledged. Though Beauxbatons would welcome him as well. Hogwarts has been the traditional school for Potters for generations, Dumbledore said. And I believe it would help Harry connect with his heritage. However, there's the matter of his preparation. Having been raised by Muggles without knowledge of magic, he will be at a disadvantage compared to children from wizarding families. We can tutor him, Fleur said immediately. I could help during summer holidays. An excellent suggestion, Dumbledore smiled at her. With a year of preparation, Harry could enter Hogwarts on equal footing with his peers. And his safety at Hogwarts? Sebastian pressed. What guarantees can you offer? Hogwarts is one of the most secure magical locations in Britain, Dumbledore assured him. And I will personally ensure additional protections for Harry. The discussion continued for another hour, addressing logistics, legal considerations, and contingency plans. By the end, a tentative agreement had been reached. Harry would remain with the Delicurs, who would petition for permanent guardianship. The blood protection ritual would be attempted, and Harry would be prepared to attend Hogwarts the following year, with regular visits home to France. When Harry was brought in to hear the proposal, his reaction was one of cautious hope. I'd never have to see the Dursleys again, he confirmed. Never, Sebastian assured him. Though your aunt would need to participate in a single ritual to transfer the blood protection. Harry considered this. And I'd live here. With you? If that's what you wish, Apollon said gently. And I'd go to Hogwarts, where my parents went. Yes, Dumbledore confirmed. Though you would return to France for holidays. Harry looked around at all of them, his green eyes bright. It sounds perfect, he said softly. Too good to be true. It's no less than you deserve, my boy, Dumbledore said, genuine remorse in his voice. Then yes, Harry decided. I want that. As the adults finalized details, Fleur caught Harry's eye and smiled reassuringly. Whatever the future held, the boy who had lived in a cupboard would never again be alone or unloved. The call of magic had brought them together. And magic, it seemed, sometimes knew better than people after all. Chapter 2, A Home Across the Channel. Morning sunlight streamed through windows left deliberately uncurtained the night before. Harry woke with a start, momentarily disoriented by the soft bed, the spacious room, the absence of spiders. For a terrifying second, he thought he was back in the cupboard, that yesterday had been nothing more than a wonderful dream. Then he felt smooth sheets beneath his fingers instead of the threadbare blanket he'd known all his life. He blinked at the pale blue canopy above him, and everything came rushing back. The Delicours. The rescue. Magic. Freedom. Harry sat up, reaching automatically for his glasses on the bedside table. The world came into focus, a room larger than the Dursleys' entire first floor, decorated in shades of blue and silver. His room. A soft knock on the door made him jump. Harry? Are you awake? It was Fleur's voice, gentle and melodic. Yes, he called, scrambling out of bed. Come in. The door opened, and Fleur entered carrying a stack of folded clothes. Her silver blonde hair was caught back in a simple braid, and she wore casual robes in a shade of periwinkle blue. Good morning, she smiled. I hope you slept well. Better than ever, Harry admitted, then felt himself blush at his rumpled appearance. The oversized t-shirt he'd slept in hung to his knees. I brought some clothes that might fit better than what you have, Fleur said, setting the stack on a chair. They belonged to our cousin Philippe when he was younger. They should do until we can take you shopping. Thank you, Harry said, still unused to such thoughtfulness. You don't have to, don't be silly, Fleur interrupted with a playful toss of her head. We can't have you walking around in those horrid things your relatives gave you. Her casual dismissal of the Dursleys as merely his relatives, rather than his family, warmed something inside Harry. He'd never felt like they were his family, not really. Breakfast is ready whenever you are, Fleur continued. Then we thought perhaps you'd like a tour of the chateau and grounds. That sounds brilliant, Harry said, his enthusiasm genuine. I'll wait outside while you change, Fleur said, stepping back into the hallway. Harry dressed quickly in the borrowed clothes, simple tan trousers and a blue button-up shirt that, while still a bit large, fit infinitely better than Dudley's cast-offs. There were even socks without holes and shoes that didn't pinch his toes. When he emerged from the room, Fleur gave him an approving nod. Much better. Though we'll still need to get you proper wizarding robes. Wizarding robes? Harry asked as they walked down the corridor. Like what Dumbledore was wearing. Similar, though less eccentric, Fleur laughed. Dumbledore's fashion sense is unique even by wizarding standards. The chateau was even more impressive by daylight. Sunlight poured through tall windows, illuminating corridors lined with animated portraits that whispered excitedly as Harry passed. Ornate tapestries depicted magical scenes that shifted subtly when viewed from different angles. Suits of armor stood at attention, occasionally turning their helmets to follow the children's progress. "This place is amazing," Harry breathed. "It's home," Fleur said simply. "It's been in our family for generations." The original structure was built in the 1400s, though it's been expanded and renovated many times since then. The breakfast room was a sunlit conservatory overlooking meticulously landscaped gardens. Apollon and Gabrielle were already seated at the table, while Sebastian stood by a large fireplace, reading correspondence. "Ah, there you are." Apollon smiled warmly. "How did you sleep, Harry?" "Wonderfully, thank you," Harry replied, still marveling at how natural their kindness seemed, how freely they offered it. "Excellent. Sit, eat," she gestured to the table laden with pastries, fruit, and eggs prepared in several different styles. "You'll need your strength for the tour Fleur has planned." As Harry took a seat beside Gabrielle, he noticed the fireplace contained green flames, and Sebastian appeared to be speaking to someone's head floating within them. He began uncertainly. "Fluke communication," Fleur explained, following his gaze. "It's how wizards talk to each other over distances. Like a muggle telephone, but with fire." "And the person's head just floats there?" Harry asked, fascinated and slightly disturbed. "Only their head appears in the flames," Apollon clarified. "Their body remains wherever they are. It's quite safe, though somewhat uncomfortable for extended conversations." Sebastian finished his call and joined them at the table, kissing his wife's cheek before taking a seat. "Good morning, Harry. I hope you're settling in." "Yes, sir," Harry nodded. "Everyone's been incredibly kind." "We're happy to have you," Sebastian said sincerely. "Though I'm afraid your arrival has caused quite a stir in certain circles." Harry's heart sank. "I'm sorry, no, Sebastian waved away his apology. "It's not your doing. But your removal from your relative's home has become something of a diplomatic incident between the British and French ministries of magic." "What happened?" Fleur asked, looking concerned. "After Dumbledore left yesterday, he apparently informed the British ministry that Harry Potter was now residing in France. They're demanding his immediate return, citing national security concerns." Sebastian spread jam on a croissant with deliberate calm. "Our ministry is backing our emergency custody claim, naturally." "They can't send me back," Harry said, his voice small but determined. "Can they?" "Absolutely not," Apollon said fiercely. "The emergency custody papers are binding under international magical law. Even if they weren't, we've documented the conditions you were living in. No court would send you back to that environment. Besides," Sebastian added with a slight smile, "we have something the British ministry wants very badly." "What's that?" Harry asked. "Cooperation. Our Department of International Magical Cooperation has been negotiating trade agreements with Britain for months. They won't risk those negotiations by pushing too hard on this matter." Gabrielle, who had been unusually quiet, piped up. "Also, you're Harry Potter. No one wants to be known as the person who sent the boy who lived back to mean muggles." Despite the seriousness of the situation, Harry found himself laughing at her blunt assessment. "Is that really how people see me? The boy who lived?" "It's what the newspapers called you after Voldemort's defeat," Apollon confirmed. "You've become something of a legend in the wizarding world. That's why it's causing such a stir that you're here now," Sebastian explained. "For many in Britain, you're a symbol of their victory over darkness. Having you suddenly relocate to France feels, to some, like losing a national treasure. But I'm not a symbol, Harry protested. I'm just, me. To us, yes, Fleur said softly. But to people who've never met you, who grew up hearing stories about the baby who defeated the most terrible dark wizard in generations. You're more than just Harry. Harry absorbed this, feeling distinctly uncomfortable. So what happens now? Now, we proceed with our plans, Sebastian said firmly. Dumbledore is arranging the blood protection ritual with your aunt. Once that's complete, we'll file for permanent magical guardianship. In the meantime, you'll begin learning about magic and preparing for Hogwarts. And today, Fleur added, we show you around your new home. Home. The word resonated within Harry like a bell. This magnificent chateau, these kind people who had rescued him, they were offering him a home. A real one. I'd like that, he said, and was embarrassed when his voice caught. Apollon tactfully directed the conversation to lighter topics as they finished breakfast. Gabrielle entertained them with stories of her Kneazle kitten's antics, while Sebastian explained the moving photographs in the wizarding newspaper he read. After breakfast, Fleur led Harry on the promised tour of the chateau. The ancient building was a maze of corridors, staircases, and chambers, each more fascinating than the last. Unlike the stark, sterile perfection of Privet Drive, the Delicur home radiated warmth and history. Tapestries that had witnessed centuries of family events hung beside modern wizarding photographs. Antique furniture shared space with comfortable, well-worn reading chairs. And this, Fleur said proudly, opening a set of double doors, is the library. Harry's jaw dropped. The room was enormous, 2 stories tall with a spiral staircase leading to a balcony that circled the upper level. Books lined every wall, some floating gently from shelf to shelf, reorganizing themselves. There are over 12,000 volumes here, Fleur explained. Magical history, theory, literature, and reference works from all over Europe. My father collects rare magical texts. I've never seen so many books in my life, Harry admitted. The Dursleys didn't. I mean, I wasn't really allowed to read much. Fleur's expression darkened momentarily, but she quickly smoothed it away. Well, now you can read anything you like. In fact, we should begin your magical education soon. There's much to learn before you attend Hogwarts. Will I be behind? Harry asked anxiously. Compared to other kids who grew up knowing about magic. Not by the time we're finished with you, Fleur assured him. Most magical children don't begin formal education until they're 11. They know about magic, of course, but they can't legally practice until they receive their wands and begin school. So I'll get a wand. The idea thrilled Harry. Of course. Though that will likely wait until next year, before you start at Hogwarts. Fleur led him to a section of bookshelves near a sunny window. These are good introductory texts for someone your age. Magical Theory for Young Minds, A Children's History of Magic, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, that one's particularly good. Harry ran his fingers along the spines, hardly able to believe he was allowed to touch such treasures. Could I start reading them now? Of course, Fleur smiled, pleased by his eagerness. Let's finish the tour first, though. There's still so much to see. The grounds of Château Delicour proved to be as impressive as the building itself. Formal gardens gave way to wildflower meadows, an orchard of ancient fruit trees, and a lake that glittered like sapphire under the summer sun. A small Quidditch pitch nestled in a natural hollow, sheltered from Muggle view by tall trees and disillusionment charms. Quidditch? Harry asked when Fleur pointed it out. The most popular wizarding sport, she explained. Played on broomsticks. My father and I play sometimes. I'm a chaser for my house team at Beauxbatons. You fly. On actual broomsticks? Harry couldn't contain his excitement at the idea. Of course, Fleur laughed. It's great fun. Would you like to try? Harry's enthusiastic response made her laugh again. They detoured to a shed near the pitch, where Fleur selected 2 broomsticks from a rack. "This one's a clean sweep 6, she said, handing him a polished broomstick with neat twigs bound at one end. "Not the newest model, but reliable and excellent for beginners." She spent the next hour teaching Harry the basics of broomstick flight. To her evident surprise, and his, Harry took to it naturally, as if he'd been flying all his life. Soon they were racing across the meadow, swooping and diving with increasing confidence. "You're a natural," Fleur called as Harry executed a perfect turn around an oak tree. "Are you sure you haven't flown before?" "Never," Harry shouted back, exhilarated by the wind in his hair, the freedom of flight. He'd never felt so alive, so unbound by gravity and the constraints of his previous life. When they finally landed, both windswept and grinning, Fleur gave him an appraising look. "You should try out for your house Quidditch team at Hogwarts. With a bit of training, you could be exceptional." Harry beamed at the praise. "What are the houses at Hogwarts like? Do you know?" "I've heard stories," Fleur said as they walked back toward the chateau. "There are 4, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. Each values different traits. Gryffindor for bravery, Ravenclaw for intelligence, Hufflepuff for loyalty, and Slytherin for ambition and cunning. Which would I be in?" Harry wondered aloud. "That's for the Sorting Hat to decide," Fleur shrugged. "Though from what I've seen, you have qualities that would be valued in any house." Harry flushed at the compliment. "Were your parents at Beauxbatons too?" "Yes, though our education system is structured differently. We don't have houses the way Hogwarts does. We're arranged by year and specialization after the 3rd year." Fleur led him toward a gazebo overlooking the lake, where a house elf had set up a light lunch. "Both my parents were top of their classes. My mother in charms, my father in international relations and ancient runes." As they ate, Harry gathered his courage to ask something that had been on his mind since the previous day. "Fleur, can you tell me more about the Veela bond thing? The reason you saw me in your dreams?" Fleur set down her glass of lemonade, her expression becoming thoughtful. "L'appel du cœur is rare, even among Veela. My grandmother says it happens perhaps once in a generation to our bloodline. But what does it actually mean?" Harry pressed. "For us, I mean." "In truth, I don't entirely know," Fleur admitted. "The dreams were my magic recognizing yours as compatible. Harmonious. The stories say such bonds can develop into powerful magical partnerships." "Like marriage?" Harry asked, wrinkling his nose in the way of 10-year-old boys presented with such concepts. Fleur laughed lightly. "Sometimes, yes, but not necessarily. Historical accounts speak of battle companions, magical research partners, even distant friends whose magic nonetheless strengthened each other across great distances. So we don't have to get married or anything?" Harry clarified, relieved. "No, Harry," Fleur assured him, eyes twinkling. "We don't have to get married. We're both far too young to think of such things anyway." "Good," Harry said, then worried he'd been rude. "I mean, not that you're not, I understand," Fleur interrupted his stammering with a gentle smile. "The bond is simply a connection between our magics. What we make of it is our choice, now and in the future." Harry nodded, satisfied with this explanation. "I'm glad your magic found me," he said simply. "Otherwise I'd still be at the Dursleys." Fleur's expression softened. "I'm glad too, Harry. Very glad." The next few weeks established a new rhythm to Harry's life. Each morning, he woke in his blue room, still half expecting to find himself back in the cupboard. Each morning, the reality of his new life settled on him like a warm blanket. Breakfast with the Delicours became his favorite part of the day. Unlike meals with the Dursleys, where Harry was barely tolerated and often went hungry, these were lively affairs filled with conversation and laughter. Sebastian discussed politics and current events. Apollon planned the day's activities. Gabrielle chattered about everything and nothing. And Fleur, always attuned to Harry's moods, gently drew him into the family dynamic. After breakfast came lessons. The Delacours had hired a tutor, Madame Bissette, a retired Beauxbatons professor who specialized in preparing Muggle-raised children for magical education. 3 mornings a week, she arrived through the Fleur to teach Harry the basics of magical theory, history, and culture. Magic, she explained on their first day together, is neither good nor evil. It simply is, like gravity or sunlight. How we direct it determines its nature. Harry absorbed her lessons eagerly, making up for years of denied knowledge. He learned about the founding of the great European magical schools, the international statute of secrecy that kept magic hidden from Muggles, and the basic principles that governed spellcasting. Intent, incantation, and movement, Madame Bissette enumerated, tapping her wand against her palm for emphasis. All 3 are important, but as you advance, intent becomes paramount. The greatest wizards can perform magic with minimal vocalization or movement, through force of will alone. In the afternoons, Harry often read in the library or explored the grounds with Gabrielle, who had appointed herself his official guide to all things magical. Her childish explanations sometimes lacked accuracy but never enthusiasm. Kneazles are super smart, she informed him, as they played with the half-Kneazle kittens in the garden. They can tell if someone is bad news. That's why wizards like them for pets. Plus they're cute and fluffy. Harry couldn't argue with her assessment as a tiny silver kitten purred in his lap, kneading his leg with needle-sharp claws. Evenings were for family time. Games of exploding snap or wizard chess by the fire. Stories and conversations. Music, sometimes, when Apollon played the enchanted harp in the drawing room, its strings moving seemingly of their own accord to follow her magical direction. And throughout it all, Fleur was his constant companion and guide. Though she attended Beauxbatons during the academic year, it was summer holidays now, and she devoted herself to helping Harry adjust to his new world. "You're missing your friends," Harry observed one afternoon, as they sat by the lake skipping stones across its surface. Fleur's stone danced across the water 7 times before sinking. "I see them during term," Fleur shrugged. "And I write to a few of them." "Still," Harry persisted, "you must be bored, spending all your time with someone my age." Fleur gave him a considering look. "Do you know why the Veela bond is called l'appel du cœur?" Harry shook his head. "It means, the call of the heart," she said softly. "Not just magic calling to magic, but something deeper. I feel, protective of you, yes, but also connected. As though we were always meant to be in each other's lives, somehow." She skipped another stone, this one bouncing 9 times before disappearing beneath the water. "Besides, you're not like most children your age. You've experienced things that have made you, older, in some ways." Harry thought about this as he attempted his own stone skipping. His stone managed 3 hops before sinking. "Better," Fleur encouraged. "Try flicking your wrist more." "The Dursleys," Harry said suddenly. "They never. I wasn't allowed to be a normal kid there." "Maybe that's what you mean." Fleur's expression darkened, as it always did at the mention of his relatives. "Yes. They forced you to grow up too quickly in some ways, while denying you the chance to grow at all in others. And now? Now you can be whatever you wish to be," Fleur said firmly. "A child when you want to play, a student when you want to learn. You can discover who Harry Potter truly is, without anyone telling you who you should be." Harry felt a lump form in his throat at her words. "Thank you," he managed. "For what?" "For seeing me," he said simply. "Just me. Not the boy who lived or the freak in the cupboard. Just Harry." Fleur's smile was like the sun breaking through clouds. "You're welcome, just Harry." July faded into August, and with it came Harry's birthday. He had mentioned it only in passing to Fleur, not expecting any special recognition. The Dursleys had never celebrated the day, and he had learned not to anticipate anything different. So when he entered the breakfast room on the morning of July 31st to find it decorated with enchanted streamers that shimmered and spelled out, "Happy Birthday Harry," in floating, glittering letters, he froze in the doorway, overwhelmed. Surprise! Gabrielle squealed, bouncing on her toes. Happy birthday! The entire Delicour family waited by the table, which held a small mountain of wrapped gifts. A towering chocolate cake dominated the center, 11 candles flickering with magical flames that changed color every few seconds. You. Harry stammered, unable to form coherent thoughts. Did you think we wouldn't celebrate? Apollon asked gently, guiding him to a seat. I've never had a birthday party before, Harry admitted, his voice small. A flash of shared anger passed between the adult Delacours, quickly suppressed. Well, then we have many years to make up for, Sebastian declared. Starting today. The morning passed in a blur of happiness for Harry. He opened presents, more than he'd received in his entire life combined. Books on Quidditch and magical creatures from Sebastian. An enchanted star chart from Apollon that showed the night sky as it appeared on the day of his birth. A handmade card and a painted rock from Gabrielle. It's a worry stone, she explained seriously. If you're sad or scared, you hold it, and it helps. Fleur's gift was a handsome leather-bound journal. For your thoughts and questions, she explained. And it's linked to a matching one I have. If you write something and tap it with your wand, or your finger, for now, it will appear in my journal too. So we can communicate when I'm at Beauxbatons and you're preparing for Hogwarts. It's brilliant, Harry breathed, running his fingers over the supple leather cover. Thank you. But the Delacours weren't finished. After breakfast, they took Harry to Paris, where the magical district, Le Quartier Sorcier, sprawled hidden behind the mundane city streets. Unlike Britain's Diagon Alley, which was contained behind the leaky cauldron, the French magical district was interwoven with Muggle Paris through a complex series of enchantments. Muggles can't see the magical shops, Fleur explained as they strolled down a broad avenue where witches and wizards in elegant robes shopped alongside oblivious muggles. The enchantment redirects their attention and their paths. They think they're walking past ordinary bookshops or cafes. Harry watched in fascination as a muggle family walked right past a shop displaying animated mannequins modeling the latest in wizarding fashion, their eyes sliding from the building on one side to the one on the other, never registering what lay between. It's like they can't quite focus on it, he observed. Exactly, Sebastian nodded approvingly. The French approach to magical concealment has always been more integrated than the British. We believe it creates fewer suspicions than having entire streets disappear behind magical barriers. Their first stop was Tissot Edie Fils, an upscale clothier that had been outfitting French magical families for generations. Harry, who had never owned new clothes of his own, stood awkwardly as the proprietor, Monsieur Tissot himself, took his measurements with enchanted measuring tapes that slithered around his body like fabric snakes. So thin, the clothier tooted disapprovingly. We must add growing charms to everything, yes. And strengthening spells for an active young wizard. Before Harry could protest, the Delacours had ordered him an entire wardrobe, everyday robes, formal attire, muggle-passing clothes, winter cloaks, dragon-hide boots, and accessories. This is too much, he whispered to Fleur as Apollon discussed fabric options with Monsieur Tissot. I can't let your parents spend so much on me. They want to, Fleur assured him. Besides, you have your own vault at Gringotts. Once your guardianship is settled, you can access it. Consider this in advance. Their next stop was Bibliothèque Magique, a bookstore that seemed to extend impossibly far back from its modest storefront. Harry, who had already developed a love of magical literature during his time at the Delacour Library, was entranced. With Fleur's guidance, he selected several books on topics that particularly interested him: defensive magic, magical creatures, and the recent history of wizarding Britain. You should understand where you come from, Fleur said when he hesitated over Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, which featured a chapter on his own survival. Even if some of what they write about you is exaggerated. The day continued with visits to a magical instruments shop, where Sebastian purchased a wizard's wireless for Harry's room, Creatures Fantastiques, where Gabrielle insisted they spend an hour cooing over magical pets, and finally, Gourmandises Enchantes, where they enjoyed elaborate ice cream confections that changed flavor with each spoonful. As they sat at an outdoor table, watching the blend of magical and muggle Paris flow by, Harry felt a contentment he had never known possible. The sun warm on his face, new clothes on his back, books and gifts shrunk and tucked into Apollin's enchanted handbag, and most importantly, people who cared about him surrounding him. "This has been the best day of my life," he said suddenly, the words bubbling up unbidden. Apollin reached across the table to squeeze his hand. "It's only the beginning, dear one." The blood protection ritual took place in mid-August, after weeks of negotiation between Dumbledore, the Delacours, and the reluctant Dursleys. Harry was nervous as they prepared for the ceremony, which would take place in the Delacour's ritual room, a circular chamber deep within the chateau that hummed with ancient magic. "Will it hurt?" he asked Fleur as she helped him into the ceremonial robes Apollin had provided. "No," she assured him. "You'll feel something. Magic always has a physical sensation, but it won't be painful." Dumbledore arrived first, looking far more solemn than during his previous visits. He carried a silver bowl engraved with runes and symbols that seemed to shift when viewed directly. "The vessel of binding," he explained when Harry asked about it. "A very ancient magical artifact, used in blood rituals since before the founding of Hogwarts." Petunia Dursley arrived next, pale and tight-lipped, escorted by a stern-looking witch Dumbledore introduced as Professor McGonagall. Harry's aunt refused to look at him directly, her gaze darting around the magical surroundings with a mixture of fear and distaste. "You understand what's required of you?" Dumbledore asked her gently. "A drop of blood and my acknowledgement of the transfer of guardianship," Petunia recited, as if reading from a prepared script. "Then I never have to see the boy again." "Or hear from us," Sebastian confirmed coolly. "Unless Harry himself wishes contact in the future." Petunia's lips thinned further, but she nodded sharply. The ritual itself was both simpler and more profound than Harry had imagined. Standing in the center of runic circles drawn on the stone floor, Dumbledore spoke ancient words of magic while Apollin and Petunia stood on either side of Harry. Sebastian stood opposite Dumbledore, completing the cardinal points. "Blood of the mother's line, freely given," Dumbledore intoned, as Petunia reluctantly extended her hand over the silver bowl. With a murmured apology, Professor McGonagall pricked Petunia's finger with a silver needle. A single drop of blood fell into the bowl, where it spread like red ink in water, forming patterns that matched the runes on the floor. "Blood of the guardian, freely offered," Dumbledore continued. Apollin extended her hand without hesitation, allowing her blood to join Petunia's in the bowl. The two droplets swirled around each other, never quite mixing. "Witness of the Father's place, freely standing." Sebastian inclined his head solemnly. "Child of sacrifice and survival, freely choosing." Harry stepped forward, uncertain but determined. Dumbledore's blue eyes, kind behind his half-moon spectacles, met his. "This is your choice, Harry," the old wizard said softly. "You are giving up one protection for another, one home for another. Are you certain?" Harry glanced at Petunia, who still wouldn't meet his gaze, then at Apollin, whose smile conveyed all the warmth and acceptance he had never found at Privet Drive. "I'm certain," he said clearly. "Then place your hand over the bowl, but do not give blood. The sacrifice was your mother's. The choice is yours." Harry held his hand over the swirling blood. Dumbledore began a long incantation in a language Harry didn't recognize. The runes on the floor glowed with increasing brightness, and Harry felt a strange pulling sensation, as if something was being drawn from his very core. Then Dumbledore spoke in English again. "Petunia Dursley, sister of Lily Potter, do you relinquish your blood guardianship of Harry James Potter?" "I do," Petunia said tightly. "I relinquish it completely." "Apollin Delacour, daughter of Celeste, do you accept the blood guardianship of Harry James Potter, with all its protections and responsibilities?" "I do," Apollin said, her voice ringing with conviction. I accept with open heart and open home. Sebastian Delicour, husband of Apollon, do you stand as witness and second guardian to Harry James Potter? I do, Sebastian confirmed. With all the strength and protection I would offer my own blood. Harry James Potter, son of James and Lily, do you accept Apollon and Sebastian Delicour as your magical guardians, allowing the protection of your mother's sacrifice to transfer to their keeping? I do, Harry said, and felt something shift within him, a warmth that spread from his heart outward. The blood in the bowl flared with golden light. The droplets that had been circling each other suddenly merged, forming not red but a deep, burnished gold. The light spread outward, traveling up Harry's arm, then enveloping Apollon and Sebastian in a golden glow that lingered for several heartbeats before fading. It is done, Dumbledore said quietly. The blood protection now resides where Harry calls home, with those he considers family. Petunia sagged slightly, as though something had been lifted from her. Without a word to Harry, she turned to Dumbledore. Can I leave now? Professor McGonagall will escort you home, Dumbledore said, his disappointment in her evident. You need never involve yourself in Harry's life again, if that is your wish. As Petunia left with McGonagall, Harry felt a curious mixture of emotions, relief, sadness, and something like closure. The last legal tie to his unhappy childhood had been severed. He was, in every way that mattered, a Delacour now. How do you feel? Fleur asked softly, coming to stand beside him as Dumbledore and her parents discussed the technical aspects of the ritual. Different, Harry admitted. Like something inside me has settled. Does that make sense? Perfect sense, Fleur nodded. Magic recognizes intent and choice, Harry. You chose us, and we chose you. The ritual merely formalized what was already true in our hearts. Harry looked at the Delacours, Apollon's graceful poise, Sebastian's steady strength, Gabrielle's irrepressible spirit, and Fleur's compassionate wisdom. His family, not by blood, but by something equally powerful. Choice. With the blood protection successfully transferred and the guardianship formalized, the British Ministry of Magic reluctantly acknowledged the Delacour's custody of Harry. There was still grumbling in certain quarters, of course. The Daily Prophet ran a series of increasingly hysterical articles questioning whether the boy who lived should be allowed to live outside Britain. National treasure taken by French family, Sebastian read aloud from the newspaper at breakfast, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Is this the beginning of a French plot to claim Britain's magical heritage? That's ridiculous, Fleur scoffed. As if we wanted their dreadful food and rainy weather. Nevertheless, it's creating diplomatic tension, Sebastian sighed. The British magical community has apparently convinced itself that Harry belongs to them, not to himself. What does it mean for me? Harry asked, worried. Will they try to force me to go back? They can try, Apollon said with steel in her voice. They will fail. Still, the controversy meant increased security measures at Château Delicour. The wards were strengthened. A rotating detail of French aurors patrolled the perimeter, ostensibly as a courtesy to their British allies concerned about Harry's safety, but in reality to ensure no unauthorized British officials attempted to remove him. Through it all, Harry's education continued. By the end of August, he had progressed from complete magical novice to having a solid foundation in theory and history. He still couldn't perform spells without a wand, of course, but Madame Bisset assured him he was well ahead of where most Muggle-raised children would be by this point. Your magical intuition is excellent, she told him during their final lesson before she returned to Beauxbatons for the new term. You grasp concepts that many young wizards struggle with. I believe you'll be a very powerful wizard one day, Harry. Coming from the usually reserved tutor, this was high praise indeed. Harry had blushed and thanked her, secretly thrilled. As summer waned, another change loomed on the horizon. Fleur would soon return to Beauxbatons for her 4th year, leaving Harry behind at the chateau. Though he had grown close to all the Delacours, his bond with Fleur remained special. She had been his first friend in the magical world, his rescuer, his guide. The thought of her absence left him with a hollow feeling. "I'll write to you through the journals," Fleur promised as they sat in the gazebo by the lake on her last evening home. "Every day, if you like." "It won't be the same," Harry said, then immediately felt childish. "Sorry. I know you have to go back to school." "I'll miss you too," Fleur said simply. "But you'll be busy with your own studies. Father has arranged for new tutors now that Madame Bissette has returned to Beauxbatons. And you'll continue flying practice, you're getting quite good, you know." Harry nodded, trying to look more cheerful than he felt. "Will you be home for Christmas?" "Of course. And there's a week-long break in October as well." Fleur reached into her pocket and withdrew a small package. "I have something for you." Harry unwrapped it to find a delicate silver chain with a pendant, a feather crafted of what looked like moonlight given solid form. "It's a Veela feather," Fleur explained, suddenly shy. "From my grandmother. She enchanted it for you. If you're ever in danger, it will warm against your skin. And if you hold it and think of me, I'll know you need me." "It's beautiful," Harry said, genuinely touched. "But I can't take something so valuable." "You can and you will," Fleur interrupted firmly. "It's a tradition in Veela families to give such tokens to those we care about." Harry allowed her to fasten the chain around his neck. The feather pendant seemed to pulse once against his skin, then settled, cool and light. "Thank you," he said softly. "I'll never take it off." "Good," Fleur nodded, satisfied. "Now come help me pack. I've left it all to the last minute, as usual, and Maman will be furious if I'm not ready by morning." The chateau felt emptier without Fleur, though Harry kept busy with his new routine. Monsieur Flamel, whom Harry later learned was the famous alchemist Nicolas Flamel, though the ancient wizard had introduced himself simply as Nick, came twice weekly to tutor him in potions and alchemy basics. Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons herself, arranged for other experts to visit regularly, a retired auror for basic defense, a magizoologist for magical creatures, and a multilingual who began teaching Harry French. "You'll want to communicate with your peers when they visit," the witch, Madame Laurent, explained. "And many magical texts are written in French or Latin." Harry's days developed a pleasant rhythm. Mornings for academic magical studies. Afternoons for physical activities like flying or exploring the grounds with Gabrielle. Evenings for languages and quieter pursuits. And each night, he wrote in the journal Fleur had given him, sharing his experiences and receiving her replies by morning. "I flew over the entire orchard today without falling once," he wrote one evening in late September. "Monsieur Flamel says I have a natural talent for flying that reminds him of someone else he knew, centuries ago, apparently. It's still strange to talk to someone who remembers when they invented the printing press." Fleur's reply arrived while he slept, her elegant handwriting appearing on pages that had been blanked the night before. "Excellent progress with the flying. Perhaps you'll be a professional Quidditch player someday." As for Monsieur Flamel, yes, his perspective is rather unique. Did you know he once had tea with Merlin? Or so he claims. I think he sometimes exaggerates for effect. Beauxbatons is the same as ever. Classes are challenging this year, especially arithmancy, but I'm managing well. I miss our talks by the lake, though. It's not the same, writing instead of speaking face to face. Harry traced his fingers over her words, feeling both connected to her and aware of the distance between them. The Veela feather pendant was warm against his skin, not the heat of warning, but a gentle warmth that seemed to pulse with her presence, even from hundreds of miles away. October brought crisp weather and turning leaves to the chateau grounds, and with it, Fleur's first visit home. Harry practically bounced with excitement on the morning of her arrival, waiting by the flue with barely concealed impatience. When she finally stepped through the green flames, Harry was struck by how different she looked in her pale blue Beauxbatons uniform, somehow older and more formal. Then she smiled, and she was just Fleur again. "Harry! You've grown at least an inch," she exclaimed, embracing him warmly. "Have I?" He hadn't noticed. "Definitely. And your French accent has improved, I hear. Harry switched to his still halting French. Je pratique tous les jours. Très bien, she laughed, then continued in English. You'll be fluent by summer at this rate. The week of Fleur's visit passed too quickly. They flew together, practiced simple potions that Harry could make without a wand, and spent long hours by the lake talking about everything and nothing. Fleur shared stories of Beauxbatons, the palace-like school with its gardens and fountains, the flying horses that pulled the school's carriages, her classmates and professors. In turn, Harry told her about his growing magical knowledge, his excitement about eventually attending Hogwarts, and his occasional frustration at not yet being able to perform actual spells. Your letter should come this summer, Fleur assured him. Then you'll get your wand and begin learning practical magic. I can't wait, Harry admitted. Reading about spells isn't the same as casting them. Patience, Fleur smiled. The foundation you're building now will make everything easier once you begin practical studies. Most children enter school knowing almost nothing about magical theory. All too soon, it was time for Fleur to return to Beauxbatons. This parting felt easier than the first, however. They had their journals, and now Harry knew from experience that she would return. Christmas will be here before you know it, Fleur promised as she prepared to step back through the flue. And I have much longer break then, 3 weeks. I'll have improved my French by then, Harry promised in return. And maybe I'll finally beat your father at wizard chess. Fleur laughed. That, I would like to see. He's been champion of the Ministry's tournament for 3 years running. With a final wave, she vanished into the green flames, leaving Harry looking forward to Christmas with an anticipation he'd never felt before. November brought the first snow to Château Delikur, transforming the grounds into a winter wonderland. Harry, who had rarely been allowed to play in the snow at the Dursleys, spent hours outside with Gabrielle, building enchanted snowmen, with help from Apollon, who animated them to wave at passers-by, and having snowball fights that sometimes involved snow that hung suspended in mid-air, defying gravity. December arrived with increasing excitement. The chateau was decorated for the holidays with evergreen garlands that shimmered with real fairy lights, enchanted ornaments that sang carols in sweet harmonies, and a 12-foot Christmas tree in the grand salon that changed its appearance subtly throughout the day, from sparkling silver in morning light to deep gold at sunset. Apollon involved Harry in the preparations, teaching him traditional French magical customs. We leave our shoes by the hearth on Christmas Eve, she explained as they baked spiced cookies shaped like magical creatures. Père Noël fills them with small gifts and sweets. We never celebrated much at the Dursleys, Harry admitted. I usually just cooked the dinner and cleaned up afterward. Apollon's hand stilled briefly on the rolling pin. After nearly 5 months with the Delacours, Harry sometimes forgot how shocking his previous living situation was to them. Well, she said finally, her voice carefully controlled, this year will be different. The Delacour Christmas is quite an affair. We host a gathering on Christmas Eve for family and close friends. There's music and dancing and far too much food. It sounds wonderful, Harry said honestly. It is, Apollon smiled, returning to her baking. And having you with us will make it even more special. Harry flushed with pleasure at being so matter-of-factly included. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, would it be possible for me to get gifts? For everyone, I mean. I want to give presents too. Apollon's expression softened. Of course, dear one. We can arrange a shopping trip to Le Quartier-Sorcier next week. True to her word, Apollon took Harry to Paris the following week. With her guidance, he selected gifts for each member of the family, a rare book on ancient runes for Sebastian, an enchanted silk scarf for Apollon that changed color to complement whatever she wore, a plush magical creature that came to life when hugged for Gabrielle. For Fleur, he chose a delicate silver bookmark enchanted to find the reader's place automatically and create a magical summary of what they'd read so far, useful for complicated textbooks. He spent nearly all his pocket money. The Delacours insisted on giving him a weekly allowance, despite his protests, but the satisfaction of having gifts to give outweighed any concern about cost. The night before Fleur was due to return home, Harry could barely sleep from excitement. When morning finally came, he was down in the entrance hall before anyone else, watching the large fireplace expectantly. When the flames turned green and Fleur stepped through, Harry couldn't contain his grin. "Welcome home, Harry!" Fleur exclaimed, dropping her bag to embrace him. "You look wonderful. Healthy and happy." "I am," he assured her. "How was the end of term?" "Hectic," she admitted as they walked together toward the breakfast room. "Professors always assign twice as much work before holidays, as if we won't have enough to do with family celebrations." The next few days were a whirlwind of last-minute holiday preparations. Harry helped decorate, bake, and wrap presents, reveling in the festive atmosphere that permeated the chateau. Through it all, he and Fleur were inseparable, falling easily back into the rhythm of their friendship despite the months apart. Christmas Eve arrived with a fresh dusting of snow that made the chateau look like something from a fairy tale. Guests began arriving in the afternoon, extended Delicur family members, colleagues of Sebastian's from the ministry, neighbors from nearby magical estates. Harry was introduced to everyone as, "Our ward, Harry," with no particular emphasis on his famous identity, for which he was deeply grateful. Most of the guests were French, but there were a few international visitors as well. A delegation from the British ministry included a red-haired man Sebastian introduced as Arthur Weasley, who works in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. "Harry Potter!" Mr. Weasley exclaimed, shaking Harry's hand enthusiastically. "I've heard so much about you. My children attend Hogwarts, well, 5 of them do, with 2 more to go. Ron's your age, actually. He'll be starting next year too." "It's nice to meet you," Harry said politely, wondering what exactly Mr. Weasley had heard about him. "Arthur is one of the reasonable voices at the British ministry," Sebastian explained. "He supported our guardianship petition when many were opposing it. The boy deserves a loving home," Mr. Weasley said firmly. "Anyone who saw those muggles could see they weren't providing one. Politics shouldn't enter into it." Harry warmed to the friendly man immediately. "Do you think I might meet your son at Hogwarts?" "Oh, certainly." Mr. Weasley beamed. "Ron's excited about starting school. Been talking of nothing else for months. I'm sure you two would get along splendidly." The Christmas Eve celebration was everything Apollon had promised, elegant yet warm, formal yet fun. A small orchestra of enchanted instruments played in one corner of the grand salon while house elves circulated with trays of delectable food and drinks. Magical snow fell from the ceiling, vanishing before it reached the guests' heads, and tiny golden lights floated around the room like earthbound stars. Harry, dressed in new formal robes of deep green that Apollon assured him, brought out his eyes, found himself enjoying the party despite his initial nervousness about meeting so many new people. The French magical community, it seemed, was less obsessed with his celebrity status than the British one. He was treated with friendly interest, but no one asked to see his scar or questioned him about Voldemort. As the evening progressed, Fleur drew him into a quiet alcove near one of the tall windows overlooking the snow-covered gardens. "Having fun?" she asked, handing him a glass of something that looked like sparkling apple juice but tasted of summer berries. "It's brilliant," Harry nodded, taking a sip. "Everyone's been really nice." "They're curious about you," Fleur admitted, "but Maman made it clear you were to be treated as family, not as a curiosity." Harry felt a rush of gratitude toward Apollon. "Your family has done so much for me." "Our family," Fleur corrected gently. "The blood ritual made it official, but you were family from the moment you agreed to come with us." The simple statement warmed Harry more than the enchanted fire crackling in the grand fireplace. Family. It was still a new concept for him, one he was learning to embrace. "I have something for you," Fleur said suddenly. "I know we're exchanging gifts tomorrow, but I wanted to give you this one privately." She withdrew a small package from a hidden pocket in her elegant silver-blue robes. Harry unwrapped it carefully to reveal a smooth stone pendant on a leather cord. The stone was deep green with flecks of gold, and it seemed to pulse with inner warmth when he touched it. It's a communication stone, Fleur explained. More immediate than the journals. If you hold it and think of me, I'll feel it through my matching one. She drew out an identical pendant from beneath her robes. And if I respond, your stone will warm. It works at any distance. It's brilliant, Harry breathed. Thank you, Fleur. I thought it might be useful when you're at Hogwarts and I'm at Beauxbatons, she said. If you ever need to reach me quickly. Harry slipped the cord over his head, letting the stone rest beside the Veela feather pendant he still wore everywhere. I'll keep it with me always. Good, Fleur nodded, satisfied. Now come dance with me. Maman has been teaching you, hasn't she? Harry groaned theatrically. Yes, but I'm terrible. I'll step on your toes. I'll risk it, Fleur laughed, pulling him toward the dance floor. Consider it part of your cultural education. Despite his protests, Harry found he enjoyed dancing with Fleur. She led subtly, making it easy for him to follow the simple steps Apollon had taught him. They danced one song, then another, until Harry was laughing and no longer counting steps in his head. Later, as the party wound down and younger guests departed, the Delicours and Harry gathered in the family sitting room for their own private celebration. Following French tradition, they placed their shoes by the hearth, then shared mulled cider and stories until midnight. In the morning, we'll open the gifts under the tree, Apollon explained to Harry. But the small gifts in our shoes are opened tonight, at midnight. When the grandfather clock in the hall struck 12, they checked their shoes to find them filled with sweets and small trinkets. Harry's contained a beautiful eagle feather quill, a box of French chocolates, and a tiny model broomstick that actually flew in circles above his palm. This is amazing, he said, watching the miniature broomstick perform a perfect loop-the-loop. Thank you. Père Noël brings the shoe gifts, Gabrielle corrected seriously. Not Maman and Papa. Of course, Harry agreed solemnly, exchanging an amused glance with Fleur. My mistake. They stayed up another hour, enjoying their midnight treats and the warmth of the fire, before finally retiring to bed with promises of more celebration in the morning. As Harry lay in his comfortable bed in the blue room, listening to the winter wind outside his window, he reflected on the extraordinary changes in his life over the past 6 months. From the cupboard under the stairs to this beautiful home. From unwanted burden to cherished family member. From isolation to belonging. And it had all begun with Fleur's dreams, with a magical connection neither of them fully understood but both had embraced. For the first time in his life, Harry fell asleep on Christmas Eve with a heart full of anticipation rather than resignation, knowing that morning would bring not disappointment, but joy. Not loneliness, but family. Home. Christmas Day lived up to every expectation. Harry woke early to find Gabrielle already bouncing on the foot of his bed, eager to open presents. Downstairs, the tree was surrounded by beautifully wrapped packages, and the entire family gathered in pajamas and dressing gowns to exchange gifts. Harry's offerings were received with genuine delight. Sebastian pored over the rare runes text immediately, exclaiming over particularly interesting passages. Apollon draped her new scarf around her shoulders, admiring how it shifted from azure to periwinkle to match her eyes. Gabrielle clutched her animated plush hippogriff, giggling as it nuzzled her neck. And Fleur. Fleur's eyes lit up when she unwrapped the enchanted bookmark. Harry, this is perfect. How did you know I've been struggling to keep track of my place in all my textbooks? You mentioned it in your journal, Harry shrugged, pleased by her reaction. You said you were reading so many books for your different classes that you kept losing your place. You remembered, she said softly. Thank you. Harry's own gifts were equally thoughtful. From Sebastian and Apollon, a complete set of Quidditch equipment, professional-grade gloves, pads, and a practice snitch that could be programmed to fly at different skill levels. From Gabrielle, a child's drawing of Harry flying, enchanted by Apollon so that the tiny figure actually zoomed around the parchment. And from Fleur, a magnificent photo album bound in soft leather, filled with wizarding photographs. Some showed the Delicour family and chateau, creating a visual record of Harry's new home. Others, to his astonishment, showed his parents. "How did you get these?" he asked, throat tight as he gazed at a photo of James and Lily Potter dancing at what appeared to be their wedding. "Professor Dumbledore helped," Fleur explained. "He contacted people who knew your parents, their friends and colleagues. Everyone had a few photos to share." Harry turned the pages slowly, drinking in the sight of his parents' faces, his father's untidy hair so like his own, his mother's bright green eyes that he'd inherited. There they were, waving from in front of a small cottage. There was his father with 3 other young men, arms slung around each other's shoulders, laughing at the camera. His mother in graduation robes, proudly holding a diploma. "This is..." Harry swallowed hard. "This is the best gift I've ever received." Fleur squeezed his hand. "You should know where you come from, Harry. Not just the famous story everyone knows, but the real people who loved you." The rest of Christmas Day passed in a happy blur. They enjoyed a magnificent feast prepared by the house elves, whom Sebastian had insisted take the following day off as their own holiday. They played with new gifts, built another snowman in the garden, and spent the evening by the fire playing magical board games that involved pieces that sometimes argued with the players about their moves. The week between Christmas and New Year's established a new rhythm. With Fleur home from school, she and Harry spent their days flying, Harry testing out his new Quidditch gear, exploring the snowy grounds, or reading by the fire. In the evenings, the family gathered for games, music, or simply conversation. On New Year's Eve, the Delacours hosted another, smaller gathering for close friends. As midnight approached, everyone moved to the grand balcony overlooking the gardens, where Sebastian had prepared a magical fireworks display. In France, Fleur explained as they stood wrapped in warm cloaks, waiting for the show, "We celebrate the new year with kisses and promises. It's traditional to kiss everyone present, starting with the person closest to you, and to make a wish or resolution for the coming year." As the magical clock in the garden began to chime midnight, the first fireworks exploded overhead, not ordinary explosions of light, but magnificent magical creatures formed of multicolored sparks that soared through the night sky. Dragons, phoenixes, hippogriffs, and unicorns galloped or flew across the stars, leaving trails of golden light behind them. "Bonne année, Harry," Fleur said, leaning down to kiss him lightly on both cheeks in the French fashion. "Bonne année," Harry replied, his French pronunciation much improved after months of lessons. "What will you wish for?" she asked. Harry thought about it, watching a phoenix made of crimson and gold sparks soar overhead. "That next year will be as wonderful as the last half of this one has been," he decided. "I think that wish has every chance of coming true," Fleur smiled. As they moved through the gathering, exchanging New Year's greetings with everyone present, Harry felt a profound sense of rightness. This was where he belonged. These people, the Delacours who had opened their home and hearts to him, the friends who had accepted him without focusing on his fame, and especially Fleur, whose magical connection to him had changed the course of his life, they were his world now. Whatever the coming year might bring, including his return to Britain for Hogwarts, Harry knew he would face it with the strength that comes from being truly loved. January brought Fleur's return to Beauxbatons and a new intensity to Harry's studies. His tutors increased their expectations, preparing him for the formal magical education he would begin in September. Though the absence of a wand still limited his practical experience, his theoretical knowledge was growing exponentially. "Your understanding of magical theory is exceptional," Nicholas Flamel commented during one of their sessions. "Many young wizards simply want to wave their wands and see results, without comprehending the principles behind the magic. You'll find spellcasting much easier when you finally begin, having built this foundation." February and March passed in a blur of lessons and correspondence. Harry wrote daily in his journal to Fleur, who replied with stories of her classes and encouragement for his studies. Occasionally, when something particularly exciting or troubling occurred, they would use their matched stones for more immediate communication, feeling the warmth of connection across the distance between them. Spring brought renewed life to the chateau grounds and a surprise visit from Dumbledore. The headmaster arrived one crisp April morning, bearing news and a certain air of anticipation. "Harry," he greeted warmly. "You're looking well. Life with the Delacours clearly agrees with you." "Yes, sir," Harry nodded. "I'm very happy here." "Excellent, excellent," Dumbledore's eyes twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles. "And your studies? I understand you've had quite the array of tutors." "They've been brilliant," Harry confirmed. "I've learned so much, though I'm eager to actually try casting spells." "That brings me to the purpose of my visit," Dumbledore said, reaching into his robes. "Given your unique circumstances, the Board of Governors has approved my request to deliver this in person, rather than by owl." He handed Harry a thick envelope of yellowish parchment, addressed in emerald green ink, Mr. H. Potter, the Blue Bedroom, Château Delicour, Provence, France. With trembling fingers, Harry broke the wax seal bearing the Hogwarts crest and withdrew the letter inside. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confide, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. My Hogwarts letter, Harry breathed. Though he'd been expecting it, holding the actual invitation in his hands made his imminent entry into formal magical education suddenly, thrillingly real. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. Though term doesn't begin until September, I thought delivering this now might allow for better preparation, given the arrangements that will need to be made for your travel between France and Britain. Thank you, sir, Harry said sincerely. I've also brought this, Dumbledore continued, producing a second envelope. Given your unique status and the continued interest of certain parties in Britain, the Delacours and I have arranged special accommodations for your time at Hogwarts. This second letter outlined the arrangements. Harry would attend Hogwarts as a regular student, participating in all classes and activities. However, he would have permission to return to Château Delicour via secure Fleur connection for weekends once a month, as well as all holidays. We believe this balances the need for you to fully experience Hogwarts with the importance of maintaining your family connections here in France, Dumbledore explained. It's an unusual arrangement, but these are unusual circumstances. This is brilliant, Harry said, genuinely grateful for the thoughtfulness behind the plan. The prospect of attending Hogwarts had been exciting but also somewhat intimidating. Knowing he could regularly return to the chateau made the transition seem less daunting. There's one more thing, Dumbledore said, reaching into his robes yet again. While you won't officially receive your wand until your visit to Diagon Alley this summer, I've convinced the Ministry to grant a special exemption for some preliminary training. He produced a letter bearing the seal of the British Ministry of Magic, authorizing Harry to begin supervised wand training prior to the official start of term. This will allow you to practice basic spells under the guidance of your tutors, Dumbledore explained. Given your advanced theoretical knowledge, it seemed wasteful to keep you from practical application any longer. Harry's excitement must have been evident on his face, because Dumbledore's eyes twinkled more brightly than ever. I take it you approve of this arrangement? Yes, sir. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, Dumbledore cautioned with mock seriousness. You'll need to work twice as hard now that you'll be combining theory with practice. Harry wasn't deterred in the slightest. When can I get my wand? The Delacours and I thought perhaps a special trip to Ollivanders in London next week. It would be your first return to Britain since last summer. The idea of returning to Britain brought mixed emotions. On one hand, Harry was curious to see the country of his birth, particularly its magical areas that he'd only read about. On the other hand, Britain held few positive memories for him. Will there be problems? He asked hesitantly. With the Ministry, I mean. No, Dumbledore assured him. Your guardianship is firmly established and recognized internationally. You will be traveling as Harry Potter Delacour, ward of the Delicour family, with all legal protections that entails. Harry Delacour. The hyphenated surname wasn't official, legally, he was still Harry James Potter, but the symbolic addition warmed him nonetheless. It represented the bridging of his past and present, his birth family and his chosen one. Then I'd like to go, he decided. The journey to London the following week was Harry's first experience with international magical travel. The Delacours had arranged for an international portkey, a more powerful version of the device that had brought him from Privet Drive to the chateau nearly a year before. International portkeys are strictly regulated, Sebastian explained as they gathered in the Ministry's International Portkey office in Paris. They require approval from both the departing and arriving ministries. They're also quite uncomfortable, Apollon added, placing a steadying hand on Harry's shoulder. Much more so than domestic ones. Be prepared for a longer sensation of pulling. She wasn't exaggerating. When the portkey activated, an antique pocket watch this time, Harry felt as though he were being stretched across the English Channel, his insides compressed and his lungs emptied of air. When they finally landed in the British Ministry's portkey arrival chamber, he staggered and would have fallen if Sebastian hadn't caught his elbow. "All right there, Harry?" Sebastian asked. "Fine," Harry managed, waiting for the room to stop spinning. That was intense." "You get used to it," Apollon assured him, though she looked slightly pale herself. A ministry official approached to check their documentation, eyes widening slightly at Harry's name on the paperwork. To his credit, the wizard maintained his professional demeanor, merely welcoming them to Britain and directing them toward the atrium. Harry's first impression of the British Ministry of Magic was of cavernous grandeur. The atrium stretched before them, its peacock blue ceiling inlaid with gleaming golden symbols that moved and changed. A massive fountain dominated the center, depicting a wizard, witch, centaur, goblin, and house elf in gilded splendor. "This way," Sebastian directed, guiding them toward the security desk. "We're meeting Dumbledore at the visitors' entrance." As they crossed the atrium, Harry became aware of the stares and whispers following them. Unlike in France, where his identity had garnered interest but not sensation, here people actually stopped to gawk at him. "Is that him? Harry Potter? Look at the scar. What's he doing with those French people?" Apollon drew closer to Harry protectively, while Sebastian's expression remained diplomatically neutral despite the increasingly obvious attention. They found Dumbledore waiting by the security desk, his vibrant purple robes making him impossible to miss even in the busy ministry. "Ah, right on time," the headmaster greeted them cheerfully. "Welcome back to Britain, Harry." "Thank you, sir," Harry replied, conscious of the crowd that had subtly gathered, pretending to have business near the security desk while openly watching him. "Perhaps we should proceed directly to Diagon Alley," Dumbledore suggested, also noting the attention. "I've arranged for a ministry car to take us to the Leaky Cauldron." The black ministry car waiting outside proved to be magically expanded inside, comfortably seating all four of them despite its modest exterior dimensions. As they drove through London traffic, seeming to squeeze through impossibly tight spaces between other vehicles, Harry gazed out at the city of his birth with curious eyes. "It's been many years since I visited London," Apollon commented, also taking in the sights. "Though I understand Diagon Alley has changed little in centuries." "Some things in the wizarding world are refreshingly constant," Dumbledore agreed. Though Gringotts did add a new sublevel to the British branch last year, causing quite the kerfuffle with the Muggle underground authorities, who couldn't understand the sudden seismic readings in that part of London. The Leaky Cauldron, when they arrived, was a tiny, grubby-looking pub that Muggles seemed not to notice at all. Inside, it was dark and shabby, but with a comfortable, welcoming atmosphere. The barman looked up as they entered, his face breaking into a grin at the sight of Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore." "Honor as always," he called. "Good morning, Tom," Dumbledore replied pleasantly. "Just passing through to the alley today." The barman's eyes moved to Harry, widening in recognition. "Bless my soul," he whispered. "It's Harry Potter." The quiet chatter in the pub ceased abruptly. Every head turned toward Harry, and then, like a wave, the patrons rose from their seats and surged forward. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter." "An honor, sir, an honor." "Can't believe it's really him. Can I shake your hand, Mr. Potter?" Bewildered and uncomfortable, Harry found himself surrounded by eager witches and wizards, all trying to touch him, shake his hand, or simply gaze at his scar. The Delacours looked alarmed, Apollon actually drawing her wand as the crowd pressed closer. "That will do," Dumbledore's voice cut through the commotion, suddenly powerful despite its gentleness. "Mr. Potter is here on private business and deserves the same courtesy you would show any young wizard." The crowd reluctantly backed away, though many continued to stare openly as Dumbledore led their party through the pub and out into a small, walled courtyard at the back. "I apologize for that," Dumbledore said to Harry. "I should have anticipated a more enthusiastic reception." "Is it always going to be like that?" Harry asked, still shaken by the experience. In France, he had been treated normally, with interest because of his story, yes, but never with this sort of frenzied adulation. "I'm afraid your status in Britain is somewhat more pronounced than elsewhere," Dumbledore admitted. "You are, after all, the boy who lived." "I didn't do anything," Harry protested. "I was a baby." "To you, perhaps, it seems that way," Dumbledore said gently. "But to these people, you represent the end of a dark and terrible time. Their gratitude, while overwhelming, comes from a genuine place." Harry nodded, though he still found the attention disconcerting. He much preferred the Delacour's approach, acknowledging his past but treating him as Harry first and foremost, not as a symbol or celebrity. Dumbledore tapped a specific brick in the wall with his wand, and the bricks began to shift and rearrange themselves, forming an archway that opened onto a cobbled street twisting out of sight. "Welcome," Dumbledore said with a flourish, "to Diagon Alley." Harry's discomfort momentarily forgotten, he gazed in wonder at the magical shopping district. It was different from Le Quartier-Sorcier, where the French magical district blended seamlessly with Muggle Paris. Diagon Alley was entirely separate, a hidden world unto itself. Shops of all descriptions lined the crooked street, selling everything from cauldrons to owls, magical instruments to racing brooms. "Our first stop should be Gringotts," Sebastian suggested. "Harry should have access to his vault, now that we're here in person." The Wizarding Bank dominated the far end of the alley, a snowy white building that towered over the neighboring shops. As they climbed the white stone steps, Harry read the engraved warning on the silver doors: "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits. The sin of greed for those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn." "Goblins have a unique approach to customer service," Dumbledore commented, noting Harry's expression as they passed the uniformed goblin guards. "Exemplary security, however." Inside, they were directed to a senior goblin named Gornik, who verified Harry's identity and the Delacour's guardianship with surprisingly little fuss. "The Potter Trust Vault is accessible until Mr. Potter reaches his majority at 17, Gornik explained, reviewing documents with an expert eye. "The main family vault will remain sealed until that time, with annual statements provided to his guardians." "That sounds appropriate," Sebastian agreed. "We'd like Harry to make a withdrawal today for his school supplies, particularly his wand." After a dizzying cart ride deep beneath London, Harry found himself standing before Vault 687. When Gornik opened it, Harry gasped at the mounds of gold, silver, and bronze coins piled inside. "Your parents left you well provided for," Apollon said softly, seeing his amazement. "This is only the trust vault, set aside for your education and childhood needs." Harry filled a pouch with coins, still trying to wrap his head around the fact that he, who had never had so much as a pound to spend at the Dursleys, now had access to what seemed like a fortune. Back in the sunlight of Diagon Alley, Dumbledore consulted a pocket watch that had 12 hands and planets moving around the edge. "I believe our appointment at Ollivander's is in 15 minutes. Perhaps we should head there directly." Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC, was a narrow, shabby shop near the end of the alley. A single wand lay on a faded purple cushion in the dusty window. When they entered, a bell tinkled somewhere in the depths of the shop, and Harry felt a strange tingling sensation, as if the very air were charged with magic. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice, startling them all. An old man stood before them, his wide, pale eyes shining like moons through the gloom of the shop. "Ah, Mr. Ollivander," Dumbledore greeted warmly. "We've come for young Harry's wand, as arranged." "Harry Potter," the wand-maker breathed, moving closer. "Yes, yes. I've been expecting you. Though I thought I might see you some months from now, with the other new students." "Special circumstances," Dumbledore explained smoothly. "Indeed." Ollivander's silvery eyes moved to the Delacours. "And with French guardians, I understand. I was surprised to hear of your removal from Britain, Mr. Potter, though perhaps I shouldn't have been." His gaze returned to Harry, focusing on the lightning scar on his forehead. "I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did that," he said softly. 13.5 inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. Well, if I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do. Harry shivered slightly at the solemn words. Apollon placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Enough reminiscing," Ollivander said briskly, suddenly all business. "Let's find your wand, Mr. Potter. Or rather, let the wand find you. For the wand chooses the wizard, you know, not the other way around." What followed was a fascinating, if somewhat nerve-wracking, process of elimination. Wand after wand was placed in Harry's hand, only to be snatched away almost immediately as Ollivander murmured, "No, no, definitely not," or, "Close, but not quite." The pile of rejected wands grew higher, but rather than becoming frustrated, Ollivander seemed increasingly excited. "Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere." Finally, he pulled out a box with an almost reverent expression. "I wonder, now, yes, why not? Unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple." The moment Harry's fingers closed around this wand, he knew it was different. Sudden warmth spread through his fingers, and when he gave it a wave, a stream of red and gold sparks shot from the end like a firework, throwing dancing spots of light on the walls. "Oh, bravo!" Ollivander cried, while Dumbledore clapped and the Delacours beamed. "Yes, indeed, very good. Well, 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 how curious, how very curious." "What's curious?" Harry asked, still admiring his new wand. Ollivander fixed Harry with his pale stare. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand, gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." Harry swallowed hard, feeling a chill despite the summer warmth. "Voldemort's wand?" "We do not speak his name," Ollivander whispered. "But yes. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter, and I think we must expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great." An uncomfortable silence fell over the shop. Dumbledore broke it gently. "Great goodness rather than great power is what we hope to nurture in all our students, wouldn't you agree, Garrick?" Of course," Ollivander nodded, wrapping Harry's wand in brown paper. 7 galleons, if you please." As they left the shop, Harry cradled his wrapped wand carefully, feeling both exhilarated to finally have his own wand and unsettled by Ollivander's revelation about its connection to Voldemort's. "Sir," he asked Dumbledore as they walked back through the alley, "what does it mean that my wand is the brother of Voldemort's?" "Ah, brother wands," Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. "A rare phenomenon, but not unheard of. When two wands share a core from the same magical creature, in this case, a phoenix, they are connected in certain ways. They may resonate with each other, recognize each other. But does it mean something about me?" Harry pressed. That I'm like him somehow? Harry, Dumbledore stopped walking to look him directly in the eye. The tools we are given in life do not define us. It is our choices that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities or our instruments. Besides, Apollon added, the wand chooses based on compatibility with your magic and your character as it is now. You are nothing like Voldemort, Harry. Harry nodded, somewhat reassured. Still, the connection bothered him. It seemed like another link binding him to the dark wizard who had murdered his parents and tried to kill him, first the scar, now the wand. Perhaps we should continue our shopping another day, Sebastian suggested, noting Harry's troubled expression. We've accomplished our main objective, and Harry will need time to bond with his wand before beginning practical lessons. A wise suggestion, Dumbledore agreed. Though perhaps one more stop before we leave. I believe Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor serves a chocolate and raspberry flavor that might lift anyone's spirits. The suggestion of ice cream did indeed improve Harry's mood. As they sat outside the parlor, enjoying elaborate sundaes, Dumbledore's featuring lemon drops, of all things, Harry felt his earlier unease begin to fade. The warm summer day, the fascinating surroundings of Diagon Alley, and the genuine care of his companions all worked to restore his sense of well-being. I was thinking, he said, licking chocolate from his spoon, I should get something for Fleur. To tell her about getting my wand, I mean. An excellent idea, Apollon smiled. There's a shop just there that sells enchanted stationery. Perhaps something to complement the journals you already use. With her guidance, Harry selected a beautiful set of color-changing ink that would convey the writer's emotions through subtle shifts in hue. It seemed the perfect way to share his excitement, and his lingering concerns, with Fleur. By the time they returned to the leaky cauldron to use their return port key, Harry's spirits had recovered completely. He clutched his wrapped wand and the gift for Fleur, eager to return to the chateau and begin his practical magical education in earnest. Ready for your first spell lessons tomorrow? Sebastian asked as they prepared to activate the port key. More than ready, Harry grinned, feeling the weight of his wand in his pocket, his wand, a tangible connection to the magical world and his future in it. As the port key activated, whisking them back across the channel to France, Harry reflected that while Britain might always be complicated for him, a place of both his birth and his early suffering, of his parents' lives and deaths, of his fame and the expectations that came with it, he was fortunate to have a true home waiting for him. A place where he was just Harry, not the boy who lived. A family who saw him clearly and loved him for himself. And soon, he would have Hogwarts too, a connection to his parents, a new world of magical learning to explore. With the Delicur's support and Fleur's friendship, he felt ready for whatever might come. The future, for the first time in his life, looked bright indeed. Chapter 3, Two worlds collide. The summer before Harry's departure for Hogwarts passed in a flurry of magic, excitement, and bittersweet anticipation. With his wand finally in hand, Harry's education had taken a thrilling turn from theory to practice. Each morning after breakfast, he retreated to the chateau's east wing with whichever tutor had been arranged for that day. Intent, Monsieur Flamel emphasized during their final lesson, his ancient eyes bright with the enthusiasm of someone who had never lost his love for magic despite centuries of practice. Remember, Harry, the wand movement and incantation are merely focusing tools. Your intent drives the magic. Harry nodded, concentrating on the feather before him. Wingardium Leviosa, he pronounced carefully, making the swish and flick motion they had practiced. The feather rose steadily from the table, hovering at eye level. Harry had mastered the basic levitation charm weeks ago, but Flamel insisted on returning to it periodically, refining his technique. Excellent, the ancient alchemist nodded. Now, without speaking. Harry took a deep breath, focusing his mind on the single thought, rise, while executing the same wand movement. The feather twitched but remained on the table. That's quite all right, Flamel assured him. Nonverbal magic typically isn't taught until 6th year at Hogwarts. The fact that you can produce any reaction at all is remarkable for your age. Fleur can already do simple spells non-verbally, Harry said, unable to keep the competitive edge from his voice. Flamel's laugh was like parchment rustling. Miss Delicur is 4 years your senior and has a different magical heritage. Veela magic operates somewhat differently than purely human magic. Besides, he added with a wink, she had to work quite hard for that ability. Don't tell her I said so, but she practiced that floating charm for months before she could reliably perform it silently. This made Harry feel better. Not that he minded Fleur being more advanced, that was to be expected, but knowing she had struggled too made his own learning curve seem less steep. Speaking of Miss Delicur, Flamel continued, I believe she's due home from Beauxbatons today, is she not? For your final month together before you both depart for your respective schools. Yes, sir, Harry confirmed, unable to suppress a grin. Her train arrives this afternoon. Then perhaps we should conclude our lesson here, the alchemist suggested. You've made remarkable progress this summer, Harry. I expect Professor Flitwick will be quite impressed with your charm work when you reach Hogwarts. Harry carefully packed away his wand in its special case, a birthday gift from Sebastian, carved from rowan wood with the Delicur crest inlaid in silver. Though he was now allowed to carry his wand with him at all times, he still treated it with a reverence born of months of anticipation. Thank you for everything, Monsieur Flamel, he said sincerely. I've learned so much from you. The ancient wizard's eyes crinkled. It has been my pleasure, young man. In my considerable lifetime, I've taught many students, but few with your particular combination of raw talent and genuine curiosity. He placed a gnarled hand on Harry's shoulder. Remember what I told you about Hogwarts. That the houses are less important than they seem, Harry recited, and that the true purpose of school is to discover not just magic, but oneself. Precisely, Flamel nodded. Now, off you go. I believe your family is waiting to depart for the station. Family. The word still gave Harry a warm glow, even after a year with the Delicurs. He hurried through the chateau's corridors, already buzzing with excitement at seeing Fleur again. Though they had maintained their daily journal correspondence and occasional communications through their matched stones, nothing replaced face-to-face conversation. He found the Delicurs in the entrance hall, Gabrielle bouncing on her toes with characteristic impatience while Apollon checked her elegant wristwatch. There you are. Gabrielle exclaimed. Hurry up, Harry. Fleur's train will be arriving in 20 minutes. I'm ready, Harry assured her, falling into step with the family as they moved toward the carriage waiting outside. Unlike their trips to Muggle areas, when traveling to wizarding locations, the Delicurs often used their enchanted carriage, a beautiful conveyance of polished wood and silver fittings, pulled by thestrals that Harry had learned most people couldn't see. How was your final lesson with Nicholas? Sebastian asked as the carriage began to move, seemingly of its own accord to those unable to see the skeletal, winged horses. Brilliant, Harry replied. We reviewed all the first-year charms. He thinks I'm well prepared. As do we all, Apollon smiled. Your progress this year has been exceptional, Harry. The carriage carried them swiftly to the nearest magical settlement, where the Beauxbatons Express would make one of its many stops across France. Unlike the Hogwarts Express, which ran only from London to Hogsmeade, the Beauxbatons train network connected various magical communities throughout France, allowing students to board at the station nearest their homes. The station itself was a marvel of magical architecture. To Muggle eyes, it appeared to be nothing more than an abandoned provincial railway building. To magical visitors, however, it revealed its true nature, a soaring structure of glass and enchanted metal that seemed to catch the sunlight and transform it into 1,000 rainbow refractions. They arrived just as the train pulled in, a sleek, silver creation that moved with barely a whisper despite its size. As the doors opened, students in the distinctive pale blue uniforms of Beauxbatons emerged, greeting waiting families in rapid French. Harry spotted Fleur immediately. Even among the natural grace of her classmates, she stood out, her silvery blonde hair catching the light, her movements fluid and assured. At 14, now nearly 15, she was growing into her Veela heritage, her beauty becoming more pronounced. Yet to Harry, she was simply Fleur, his friend, his confidant, his first connection to the magical world. Fleur! Gabrielle called, waving frantically. Fleur's face lit up at the sight of her family. She hurried toward them, her trunk floating obediently behind her, a neat bit of magic that Harry admired even as he noted the ease with which she performed it. "Maman, Papa, Gabrielle," she greeted, embracing each in turn before turning to Harry with a warm smile. "And Harry. You've grown again." It was true, Harry had shot up several inches over the past year, though he remained slender. His once perpetually messy hair was now cut in a more stylish fashion, Apollon had insisted, and his glasses had been replaced with a pair that actually complemented his face rather than detracting from it. Regular meals, outdoor activities, and the absence of constant stress had transformed him from the scrawny child of Privet Drive into a healthy, increasingly confident young wizard. "Welcome home," he said, accepting her embrace. "How was the end of term?" "Predictably chaotic," Fleur replied as they walked back to the carriage. "Professor Rousseau insisted on a practical demonstration for our final transfiguration exam that resulted in half the class sprouting feathers in unfortunate places." Gabrielle giggled at this, while Apollon made a tooting sound. That man's teaching methods have always been unnecessarily theatrical. The journey back to the chateau was filled with conversation, Fleur's account of her final exams, Gabrielle's latest magical mishap, she had accidentally turned all the Kneazle kittens blue while attempting to groom them, and updates on the preparations for Harry's departure for Hogwarts in September. "We've arranged for another trip to Diagon Alley next week," Sebastian informed them. "To purchase the remainder of Harry's school supplies." "May I come this time?" Fleur asked eagerly. "I'd love to see Britain's magical district." "Of course," Apollon nodded. "In fact, we thought we might make a proper holiday of it, spend a few days in London, introduce Harry to more of his heritage before term begins." Harry felt a surge of affection for the Delicours. They never failed to consider his connection to Britain, despite making France his home. They had ensured he learned about both magical cultures, understanding that someday he would need to navigate both worlds. Back at the chateau, after Fleur had unpacked and changed from her uniform into more casual robes, she and Harry retreated to their favorite spot by the lake. It was a perfect summer afternoon, warm but not hot, with a gentle breeze stirring the surface of the water into tiny ripples. "So," Fleur said, settling gracefully onto the grass, "are you excited about Hogwarts?" "Nervous?" "Both?" "Both," Harry admitted, plucking a blade of grass and twirling it between his fingers. "I'm looking forward to it, but you'll miss home," Fleur finished when he trailed off. "That's natural, Harry. Everyone feels that way when leaving for school the first time." "It's not just that," Harry said slowly, trying to articulate feelings he hadn't fully sorted out himself. "When I was in Diagon Alley, getting my wand, people treated me differently than they do here. Like I was some sort of hero or celebrity." "Ah," Fleur nodded understanding. "The boy who lived." "Exactly. Here, I'm just Harry. There, I'm something else. Someone else." "You're still yourself," Fleur said firmly. "No matter what expectations others place on you." "I know that logically," Harry sighed. "But what if I disappoint them? What if I'm not what they're expecting? What if I'm sorted into Slytherin instead of Gryffindor like my parents?" This last worry had been gnawing at him increasingly as September approached. Though Flamel and the Delacours had emphasized that all Hogwarts houses had their merits, Harry couldn't help but feel anxious about where he might end up. "Then they'll learn that Harry Potter is his own person, not a character from their storybooks," Fleur said simply. "And any house would be lucky to have you." She reached into the pocket of her robes and withdrew a small velvet pouch. "I brought you something from Paris. A going-away present, though it's a bit early." Harry opened the pouch to find a small medallion on a silver chain. The medallion was intricate, on one side, the Delicour crest, on the other, a miniature rendering of Chateau Delicour so detailed he could make out the tiny windows of his own room. "It's a portkey," Fleur explained. Not activated yet, Papa will do that before you leave. For emergencies only, of course. If you're ever in genuine danger, it will bring you directly home, bypassing any standard anti-portkey wards. Is that legal? Harry asked, even as he slipped the chain over his head alongside his Veela feather pendant and communication stone. Fleur's smile was just a touch mischievous. Let's call it a diplomatic privilege. Papa has certain authorizations as head of international magical cooperation. Harry touched the medallion gratefully. Thank you. It helps, knowing I have a way home if things go really wrong. Which they won't, Fleur assured him. Hogwarts is one of the safest magical places in Europe. And you'll be visiting home regularly anyway, thanks to Dumbledore's special arrangement. They spent the rest of the afternoon by the lake, talking about everything and nothing, Fleur's plans for her 5th year at Beauxbatons, Harry's expectations for Hogwarts, the latest developments in the ongoing British-French magical trade negotiations that Sebastian was involved with. As the sun began to set, painting the lake in shades of gold and crimson, Harry felt a profound sense of contentment. Whatever challenges awaited him at Hogwarts, he would face them with the knowledge that he had this, a home, a family, a place where he truly belonged, to return to. Their trip to London the following week was a far more relaxed affair than Harry's previous visit. This time, they travelled as tourists rather than on official business, staying at the Golden Phoenix, an upscale wizarding hotel near the border between magical and Muggle London. Much nicer than the Leaky Cauldron, Sebastian explained as they checked in, though we'll visit there too, for the authentic British wizarding experience. The hotel suite was luxurious, 4 bedrooms branching off from a central sitting room, with enchanted windows that could be adjusted to show different views of London, both magical and Muggle. House elves, paid and uniformed, as was the Delicur standard, unpacked their luggage while the family planned their itinerary. I thought we might begin with Diagon Alley today, Apollon suggested, consulting a guidebook. Purchase Harry's school supplies and explore the shops. Tomorrow, perhaps some of the magical museums and historical sites. And I want to see Muggle London too, Gabrielle piped up. The big clock tower and the place with the guards in funny hats. Big Ben and Buckingham Palace, Sebastian translated with a smile. Yes, we'll make time for those as well. Diagon Alley was bustling with preterm activity when they arrived, families purchasing school supplies, students reuniting after summer holidays, shopkeepers hawking their wares with magically amplified voices. Harry, now slightly more prepared for the attention he might receive, was relieved to find that with the Delicurs beside him, he attracted less notice than during his previous visit. They made their way methodically through his school list, robes from Madame Malkin's, potion supplies from the apothecary, books from Flourish and Blots. At the latter, they encountered a red-haired family that Harry recognized with a start. Mr. Weasley, he called, spotting the man he'd met at the Delicur's Christmas celebration. Arthur Weasley turned, his face lighting up in recognition. Harry. Wonderful to see you again. And the Delicurs, what a pleasure. Introductions were made all around. The entire Weasley family seemed to be present, Mrs. Weasley, a plump, kind-faced witch who enveloped Harry in a warm hug as if they'd known each other for years, their eldest son Bill, who worked as a cursebreaker for Gringotts, twins Fred and George, who were entering their 3rd year at Hogwarts and immediately struck Harry as trouble in the best possible way, Percy, a serious boy who proudly displayed his newly acquired prefect badge, Ron, who would be starting Hogwarts with Harry, and their youngest, Ginny, who blushed furiously and hid behind her mother when introduced to the Harry Potter. Ron's been looking forward to meeting you properly, Arthur said, nudging his youngest son forward. Hasn't stopped talking about it since Christmas when I mentioned you'd be in his year. Ron's ears turned pink, but he stepped forward with a friendly smile. Hi. Dad says you live in France now. For the past year, yes, Harry confirmed, taking an immediate liking to the lanky, freckled boy. Though I'm excited about Hogwarts. It's brilliant, Ron assured him. All my brothers say so, well, except Percy, who mostly talks about the library and study schedules. The older boy in question looked affronted, while the twins snickered. Perfect Percy, one of them, Fred, Harry thought, stage whispered. Prefect Percy, the other corrected with an identical grin. Perfectly Prefect Percy, they chorused, ducking as their mother aimed a half-hearted swat in their direction. Don't mind them, Ron told Harry. They're always like this. Drives Mum mental. While the adults fell into conversation about ministry affairs and the children browsed books, Fleur found herself being eyed with undisguised curiosity by the Weasley boys, particularly the older ones. Harry had noticed this phenomenon before. Fleur's developing Veela allure occasionally had this effect on males, though she was still young enough that it wasn't yet at full strength. You attend Beauxbatons? Bill Weasley asked her, seemingly the most composed of his brothers in her presence. Yes, I'll be starting my 5th year, Fleur replied politely. I considered applying there for a curse-breaking internship, Bill said, genuinely interested rather than affected by her allure. Their charms program is supposed to be exceptional. This launched them into a detailed discussion of educational differences between Hogwarts and Beauxbatons, with Percy joining in despite his apparent struggle to maintain eye contact with Fleur. Meanwhile, Harry found himself chatting easily with Ron about Quidditch, chocolate frog cards, and expectations for their first year. What house do you think you'll be in? Ron asked as they examined a display of specialized quills. I'm not sure, Harry admitted. My parents were both in Gryffindor, but... Same with my whole family, Ron nodded. I guess I'll probably end up there too, though Fred and George have been threatening that I might be put in Hufflepuff. He made a face that suggested this would be a dire outcome. Harry, remembering Flamel's counsel, said, I've heard all the houses have their merits. Even Slytherin, he added, testing Ron's reaction. The redhead looked skeptical. Slytherins turned out more dark wizards than any other house. You know who was a Slytherin. So I've read, Harry acknowledged. But isn't that more about individual choices than the house itself? My tutor says ambition and cunning can be used for good as well as ill. Ron seemed to consider this novel perspective. I suppose, he said slowly. Still, I'd rather be in Gryffindor. Me too, Harry admitted. But I'm trying not to worry too much about it. The Sorting Hat is supposed to consider what you want as well as your qualities. Really? Ron looked relieved. That's good to know. By the time they left Flourish and Blots, laden with textbooks and a few extra volumes that had caught Harry's interest, including Quidditch Through the Ages and Hogwarts, a history, Harry felt he'd made his first real friend among his future classmates. They'd exchanged promises to sit together on the Hogwarts Express, and Mrs. Weasley had insisted on giving Harry her address, in case you need anything at all, dear, while you're settling in. Their shopping continued with the purchase of a telescope, cauldron, scales, and the other items required for first years. Their final stop was Elop's Owl Emporium, where Apollon had suggested Harry might want to select a pet. An owl would be practical, she pointed out. For sending letters home when you don't want to use the journals or stones. The shop was dark and rustling with the soft hooting of dozens of owls in cages along the walls. Harry moved slowly through the displays, looking at birds of every description, tawny, screech, barn, brown, and snowy. It was the last that caught his attention, a beautiful snowy owl watching him with intelligent amber eyes. She's been here a while, the shopkeeper commented, noticing his interest. Bit particular about who she'll go with. Nipped the last 3 wizards who tried to buy her. Harry approached the cage cautiously. The snowy owl regarded him with what he could have sworn was assessment, then gave a soft hoot and extended her head toward his fingers. Well, would you look at that, the shopkeeper said, surprised. She likes you. 10 minutes later, they left the shop with Harry carrying the owl's cage. He'd named her Hedwig, after a famous witch mentioned in one of his history books. She's beautiful, Fleur commented as Hedwig preened under the attention. And clearly intelligent. Snowy owls are known for their loyalty once they bond with a wizard. Their shopping complete, the Delicours spent the remainder of the day exploring Diagon Alley more thoroughly than Harry had during his previous visit. They admired the racing brooms at Quality Quidditch Supplies, where Harry had to be practically dragged away from the gleaming Nimbus 2000 in the window, sampled exotic treats at Sugarplum's sweet shop, and visited Gringotts to arrange for Harry to have access to spending money during the school year. The next 3 days passed in a pleasant blur of sightseeing, both magical and muggle. They visited the Museum of Magical History, where animated dioramas depicted significant events in wizarding history. They toured the Tower of London with a magical guide who pointed out details invisible to muggle visitors, including several ghosts that apparently only showed themselves to magical observers. They watched the changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace, where Gabrielle was delighted to discover that one of the guards was actually a wizard maintaining the statute of secrecy by monitoring for magical incidents among the tourists. On their final evening in London, they dined at an exclusive wizarding restaurant hidden within the dome of St. Paul's Cathedral, offering spectacular views over the city as day faded into night. As they enjoyed dessert, treacle tart for Harry, who had discovered a fondness for the British sweet, Sebastian raised his glass in a toast. "To new beginnings," he said warmly. "Harry, we could not be more proud of the young wizard you're becoming. Hogwarts is gaining an exceptional student, though we shall miss you terribly at home." "Here, Apollon agreed, raising her own glass. "To Harry, and to maintaining connections across distance and borders." "To Harry." Gabrielle chimed in, lifting her glass of pumpkin juice with such enthusiasm that it nearly spilled. Fleur's toast was simpler but no less heartfelt. "To finding your path while remembering your way home," she said softly. Harry, throat tight with emotion, managed a quiet "thank you" as he raised his own glass. He had come so far from the boy in the cupboard, had gained a family, a home, and a sense of belonging he'd never thought possible. Now he was about to embark on the next chapter of his journey, attending the school his parents had loved, connecting with his British heritage while maintaining his ties to France. 2 worlds, both now his. 2 families, the one he'd lost and the one he'd found. As he looked around the table at the Delacours, Harry felt a profound sense of gratitude that his life had led him here, to this moment of bridge building between his past and his future. Whatever Hogwarts might bring, he would face it carrying the strength of these bonds with him. September 1st dawned clear and crisp at Chateau Delacour. Harry woke early, his trunk already packed and waiting by the door. Hedwig had been sent ahead the previous day with instructions to meet him at Hogwarts, as she'd expressed a clear preference for flying herself rather than traveling by portkey or train. At breakfast, the mood was cheerful but tinged with the bittersweetness of imminent parting. Gabrielle kept sniffling between bites of croissant, while Apollon fussed over whether Harry had packed enough warm clothes for the Scottish climate. "I've included a kit of basic healing potions," she told him, adding yet another item to his already full satchel. "Just in case the infirmary is busy. And extra quills, and that book on advanced defensive theory you were reading, Maman," Fleur interrupted gently. "I think Harry's bag might explode if you add anything else." "I'll be fine," Harry assured Apollon, touched by her concern. "And I'll be home in less than a month for my first weekend visit." "I know," Apollon sighed. "But this is the first time you'll truly be away from us since you arrived. It's natural for me to worry." "You've prepared me well," Harry said sincerely. "All of you have. I feel ready." "You are ready," Sebastian confirmed, checking his pocket watch. "And it's nearly time for us to depart. The international portkey activates in 30 minutes, and we'll need to catch the Hogwarts Express from King's Cross." Unlike most students, who would simply board the train with their families at platform 9 3/4, Harry's journey was slightly more complex. The Delacours would accompany him to London via international portkey, see him onto the train, and then return to France the same day. Final preparations were made in a flurry of activity. Harry double-checked that he had his wand, communication stone, Veela feather pendant, and emergency portkey. Sebastian shrunk Harry's trunk to pocket size for easier transport. Gabrielle insisted on giving her favorite stuffed dragon to Harry, to remember us by, a gift he accepted with appropriate gravity despite the toy's lurid purple color. Finally, it was time. The family gathered around the port key, a specially commissioned model of the Hogwarts Express that would return to the chateau as a souvenir after its one-time use. Everyone touching it? Excellent, Sebastian confirmed. 3, 2, 1. The now familiar but still unpleasant sensation of international port key travel seized them, the world dissolving into a blur of color and sound. When they landed in the British Ministry's arrival chamber, Harry managed to keep his feet this time, a small victory he noted with satisfaction. From the Ministry, they took a magical taxi to King's Cross Station, arriving with plenty of time before the 11 o'clock departure. The barrier between platforms 9 and 10 looked entirely solid to Harry's eyes, despite his knowledge of how to access platform 9 and 3/4. Just walk straight at the barrier, Sebastian instructed. Don't hesitate or worry about crashing, that's when accidents happen. Harry nodded, took a deep breath, and walked purposefully toward the apparently solid wall. There was a brief moment of resistance, like pushing through a curtain of cold water, and then he emerged onto a platform where a scarlet steam engine waited, the words Hogwarts Express emblazoned on its side. The platform was crowded with families saying goodbye, students greeting friends, and pets creating a cacophony of hoots, meows, and croaks. Harry felt a momentary wave of anxiety at the sight of so many unfamiliar faces, but then the Delacours appeared behind him, and Fleur's reassuring hand on his shoulder steadied him. Look, there's your friend from the bookshop, Apollon pointed out, spotting Ron Weasley and his family near the middle of the train. They made their way through the crowd, drawing some curious glances, partly for Harry's famous scar, now visible as his hair had been pushed back when passing through the barrier, and partly for the undeniably foreign appearance of the elegant Delacours among the British wizarding families. Harry! Over here! Ron called, waving enthusiastically. The Weasley family welcomed them warmly, Mrs. Weasley fussing over Harry almost as much as Apollon had been. First year is always nerve-wracking, she told him kindly. But you'll settle in quickly. And you've already made a friend in Ron. We should find seats, Ron suggested as the train whistled a 5-minute warning. The good compartments fill up fast. The moment for goodbyes had arrived. Harry turned to the Delacours, suddenly overwhelmed by the reality of leaving them. Remember, we're only a journal entry or a stone touch away, Sebastian said, embracing him firmly. And you'll be home before you know it. Apollon hugged him next, pressing a kiss to his forehead. Be safe, be kind, and be yourself, she whispered. We love you so much, Harry. Gabrielle threw her arms around his waist, burying her face in his robes. Don't forget to write about everything, she demanded, voice muffled. And bring me a Hogwarts souvenir when you visit. Finally, Fleur stepped forward. Her hug was quick but tight, and when she pulled back, her blue eyes were suspiciously bright. You're going to be brilliant, she said simply. And I'll be with you in ways no distance can diminish. She touched the spot on her chest where her own communication stone rested beneath her robes, a silent reminder of their connection. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak past the lump in his throat. With a final wave, he boarded the train with Ron, finding an empty compartment where they could see the Delacours and Weasleys through the window. As the train began to move, Harry waved until the platform disappeared from view, carrying his French family out of sight but not out of heart. They seem nice, Ron commented as they settled into their seats. Your French family, I mean. They are, Harry confirmed. They saved me, really. Dad mentioned you weren't treated well by those muggles, Ron said cautiously. Is that why the Delacours took you in? Harry considered how much to share. Over the past year, he'd become more comfortable discussing his past, though he still preferred not to dwell on it. The Dursleys, my aunt and uncle, they didn't want me, he said simply. They made that very clear every day. The Delacours wanted me. That made all the difference. Ron nodded, seeming to understand that this was as much as Harry cared to say on the matter. Well, I'm glad you ended up with them, then. And that you're coming to Hogwarts. It'll be great having a friend starting out. The conversation shifted to lighter topics. Quidditch teams. Ron supported the Chudley Cannons despite their abysmal record, while Harry hadn't yet developed a strong allegiance to any professional team, wizarding games, and speculation about Hogwarts. Fred and George say we have to wrestle a troll for the sorting, Ron mentioned, though he didn't seem entirely convinced by his brother's claim. Harry laughed. It's just a hat, he assured him. The sorting hat. It reads your qualities and helps determine which house you belong in. Oh. Ron looked both relieved and slightly disappointed. That's a lot less exciting than a troll. How'd you know that? I've read Hogwarts, a history, Harry explained. And my tutors told me about it. Tutors? Ron raised his eyebrows. Fancy. The Delicours wanted to make sure I wasn't behind, since I didn't grow up knowing about magic, Harry explained, not wanting to sound boastful. I didn't know I was a wizard until they found me. This led to a discussion of their respective magical childhoods, Ron's chaotic upbringing in a house full of magical siblings, contrasted with Harry's year of intensive introduction to the wizarding world after a decade of Muggle ignorance. Their conversation was interrupted when the compartment door slid open to reveal a round-faced boy looking tearful. Sorry, he said, but have you seen a toad? Mine's gone missing again. No, sorry, Ron replied. But I'm sure he'll turn up. I keep losing him, the boy wailed. Gran's going to kill me. Would you like help looking? Harry offered, feeling sympathy for the distressed boy. Would you? That'd be brilliant. I'm Neville, by the way. Neville Longbottom. Harry Potter, Harry introduced himself, noting with relief that Neville showed only mild surprise at his name, not the excessive reaction he'd encountered from some. And this is Ron Weasley. I'll check this end of the carriage, Ron volunteered. You two take the other end. As they searched, Harry learned that Neville was also a first year, raised by his grandmother after losing his parents during the Wizarding War. Though Neville didn't elaborate, there was something in his expression that resonated with Harry, another child who'd grown up without parents, though in different circumstances. They were assisted in their search by a bushy-haired girl with rather large front teeth, who introduced herself as Hermione Granger in a breathless, eager manner. I've been reading all about Hogwarts, she told them as she peered under seats for Neville's toad. It's supposed to be the finest wizarding school in Britain. I was ever so surprised when I got my letter, no one in my family is magical at all. You're Muggle-born, then? Harry asked. Yes, Hermione confirmed. I've been trying to learn everything I can about the wizarding world to catch up. I've memorized all our course books already, of course. I just hope it's enough. Harry, who'd had similar concerns despite a year of preparation, felt an immediate kinship with her. I'm sure you'll do fine, he assured her. Magical ability isn't about memorizing books, though that certainly helps, he added quickly, seeing her expression. It's about understanding the principles and practicing the application. Hermione looked at him with newfound interest. That's a very sensible approach. Are your parents magical, then? They were, Harry said. But they died when I was a baby. I was raised by Muggle relatives until last year, when my guardians found me. Oh, I'm sorry, Hermione said, looking genuinely contrite. That was insensitive of me. It's fine, Harry assured her. You couldn't have known. They continued searching for Neville's toad, ultimately unsuccessful but having established a tentative friendship. When they returned to Harry and Ron's compartment, Hermione and Neville joined them, and the four spent the next hour exchanging backgrounds and expectations for Hogwarts. The peaceful journey was briefly interrupted by the arrival of a pale, blonde boy flanked by two larger students who resembled bodyguards more than friends. They're saying Harry Potter is in this compartment, the boy said, looking around with interest until his eyes settled on Harry. So it's you, is it? Yes, Harry confirmed, studying the newcomer with caution. There was something in the boy's drawling voice and superior expression that reminded him uncomfortably of Dudley. This is Crabbe and Goyle, the boy said carelessly, gesturing to his companions. And I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ron gave a slight cough that might have been disguising a snigger. Draco looked at him sharply. Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. Red hair, hand-me-down robes, you must be a Weasley. His gaze shifted back to Harry. You'll soon find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He extended his hand, but Harry didn't take it. A year ago, desperate for any friendship, he might have overlooked the insult to Ron. Now, more confident and with a clearer sense of his own values, he had no trouble making a choice. I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks, he said coolly. Draco's pale face flushed slightly. I'd be careful if I were you, Potter. Unless you're politer, you'll go the same way as your parents. They didn't know what was good for them either. Harry stood up, anger flaring at the mention of his parents. I suggest you leave, he said quietly, but with a firmness that seemed to surprise Malfoy. For a moment, it seemed Crabbe and Goyle might advance, but something in Harry's stance, the practiced readiness he'd developed during his defense lessons with the retired Auror, made them hesitate. With a final sneer, Malfoy led his companions from the compartment. That was brilliant, Ron said admiringly as Harry sat back down. It wasn't brilliant, Harry sighed. It was sad. He's clearly just repeating what he's been taught at home. Still, Neville said, looking at Harry with newfound respect, most people don't stand up to Malfoy. His father's really powerful in the Ministry. Influence shouldn't excuse poor behavior, Hermione stated primly, though she too seemed impressed by Harry's handling of the situation. The remainder of the journey passed more pleasantly. They changed into their school robes as darkness fell outside the windows, and excitement built as the train began to slow. A voice echoed through the train announcing their imminent arrival at Hogsmeade Station. As they disembarked, leaving their luggage to be transported separately, Harry heard a familiar voice booming over the crowd, Fur's years. Fur's years over here. The speaker was the largest man Harry had ever seen, at least twice as tall as an ordinary man and 5 times as wide, with a wild tangle of black hair and beard. Despite his intimidating size, his beetle-black eyes crinkled warmly as he gathered the nervous first years. That's Hagrid, Ron explained. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Fred and George say he's brilliant, knows everything about magical creatures. Come on, follow me. Hagrid called. Any more Fur's years? Mind your step, now. He led them down a steep, narrow path that opened suddenly onto the shore of a vast black lake. There, perched atop a high mountain on the other side, was a magnificent castle with many turrets and towers, its windows sparkling against the starry sky. Hogwarts, Harry breathed, feeling a strange sense of homecoming despite never having seen the castle before. This was where his parents had studied, where they had met, where they had begun the journey that would eventually lead to him. No more N4 to a boat. Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of small boats floating by the shore. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville climbed into one together, and at Hagrid's command, the boats moved off simultaneously, gliding across the smooth, glass-like surface of the lake. As they approached the cliff upon which the castle stood, Hagrid instructed them to duck their heads as the boats carried them through a curtain of ivy concealing an opening in the cliff face. They traveled along a dark tunnel until reaching an underground harbor, where they disembarked onto a shore of rocks and pebbles. After a climb up a passageway and flight of stone steps, they gathered before a huge, oak front door. Hagrid raised his gigantic fist and knocked 3 times. The door swung open immediately. A tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes stood there, her stern expression reminding Harry of Madame Bissette, his first magical tutor. The Fur's years, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid announced. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here. She led them across the flagged stone floor of the entrance hall, past a doorway from which the drone of hundreds of voices could be heard, and into a small, empty chamber. There, she welcomed them to Hogwarts and explained the sorting ceremony and house system. The sorting will begin momentarily, she concluded. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as possible while you are waiting. As she left, nervous whispers broke out among the first years. Harry, though knowing what to expect, still felt butterflies in his stomach. This was the moment when his path at Hogwarts would begin to take shape. He touched the communication stone beneath his robes, sending a pulse of emotion through it, a mixture of excitement and apprehension that he knew Fleur would feel through her matching stone. Almost immediately, he felt a response, a warm wave of encouragement and support. Across the distance between Hogwarts and Château Delicour, their connection remained strong. The knowledge steadied him as Professor McGonagall returned to lead them into the Great Hall. The vast chamber was lit by thousands of candles floating in midair over 4 long tables where the rest of the students sat. At the top of the hall was another long table where the teachers sat. Professor McGonagall led the first years up here, so that they came to a halt in a line facing the other students, with the teachers behind them. Harry looked up at the velvety black ceiling dotted with stars, recalling from Hogwarts, a history, that it was bewitched to look like the sky outside. Despite this knowledge, the effect was still breathtaking. His attention was drawn to a 4-legged stool placed before them, upon which Professor McGonagall set a pointed wizard's hat, patched, frayed, and extremely dirty. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then a rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. The song described the 4 houses and their values: brave Gryffindor, wise Ravenclaw, loyal Hufflepuff, and cunning Slytherin. As it concluded, the hall burst into applause, and Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a long roll of parchment. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted, she announced. Abbott, Hannah. A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled out of line, put on the hat, and sat down. After a moment's pause, Hufflepuff, shouted the hat. The table on the right cheered as Hannah went to sit with them. The sorting continued, with Bones, Susan also becoming a Hufflepuff, while Boot, Terry became the first Ravenclaw. Harry watched as his new acquaintances were sorted. Hermione went to Gryffindor after nearly a minute under the hat, as did Neville after an even longer deliberation. Malfoy was sorted into Slytherin almost the instant the hat touched his head. Finally, Potter, Harry, was called, and whispers broke out across the hall like little hissing fires. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter? As Harry stepped forward, he could feel hundreds of eyes on him. He sat on the stool, and the last thing he saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Then his vision was blocked by the black inside of the hat. Said a small voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, my goodness, yes, and a thirst to prove yourself. But where to put you? Harry gripped the edges of the stool, thinking, not just Gryffindor because it's expected. Wherever I truly belong. Interesting, said the small voice. Most ask for a specific house, yet you seek your true place. That shows wisdom beyond your years. You've been well guided, I see. The Delacours have nurtured something valuable in you, perspective. The hat seemed to be considering deeply. You could do well in any house, you know. Ravenclaw would nurture your keen mind, Hufflepuff your loyalty and fairness, Slytherin your desire to prove your own worth apart from your fame. And Gryffindor, Gryffindor would strengthen the bravery that's already evident in how you've faced your past. Harry waited, letting the hat deliberate without pushing his own preference. Your connection to the Veela girl is fascinating, the hat murmured, surprising Harry with this observation. Such bonds are rare and significant. It's influenced you more than you know. Finally, the hat seemed to reach a decision. Since you seek your true place, better be Gryffindor. Harry heard the last word shouted to the entire hall. He took off the hat and walked shakily toward the Gryffindor table, where he was receiving the loudest cheer yet. Percy Weasley got up and shook his hand vigorously, while the Weasley twins yelled, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" As Harry sat down opposite a ghost in a ruff, who introduced himself as Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower, he glanced up at the high table. Dumbledore, in the center seat, caught his eye and raised his goblet slightly in a subtle toast. Harry nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his attention back to the sorting as Thomas, Dean, joined the Gryffindor table. Ron was among the last to be sorted, and his relief when the hat declared Gryffindor was palpable. He collapsed into the chair next to Harry, grinning broadly. Brilliant. We're together. Once Zabini, Blaze, had been sorted into Slytherin, Professor McGonagall rolled up her scroll and took the sorting hat away. Dumbledore stood, beaming at the students with his arms opened wide. Welcome, he said. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. He sat back down to applause and cheers. Harry laughed, remembering Flamel's fond description of his old friend's eccentricities. Is he a bit mad? Harry heard a first-year ask Percy uncertainly. Mad? He's a genius. Percy replied. Best wizard in the world. But yes, he is a bit mad. Potatoes, Harry. Harry's mouth fell open. The dishes in front of them were now piled with food, more varieties than he'd ever seen, even at the Delicour's elaborate Christmas feast. As hungry as he was after the long journey, he found himself momentarily comparing the fare to the lighter, more elegant cuisine he'd become accustomed to in France. This looks amazing, Ron declared, piling his plate high. I'm starving. Harry selected his own food, appreciating the hearty British cooking while silently acknowledging that part of him missed Tilly's delicate French dishes. It was his first concrete experience of straddling two worlds, finding both value and minor points of preference in each. The feast continued with lively conversation. Harry learned more about his fellow Gryffindors, Seamus Finnegan, a half-blood whose father was a Muggle, Dean Thomas, who, like Harry, wasn't sure about his parentage, Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil, who had apparently met on the train and already become fast friends. The ghost, nearly headless Nick, as he was commonly known, entertained them with tales of previous Gryffindor students and demonstrated why his nickname was so apt. His head was nearly, but not completely, severed from his neck. Ugh, that's disgusting, said Ron, while Hermione looked like she might be sick. It's a hazard of poor executioner training, Harry commented, recalling a history lesson about the treatment of magical beings in the medieval period. Proper beheading requires a sharp axe and a single, decisive stroke. Nick looked at him with surprise and approval. Exactly right, young Potter. Not many first-years understand the nuances of historical execution methods. When the last of the desserts disappeared and the golden plates were spotless again, Dumbledore stood once more. He delivered announcements about school rules, including a curious warning that the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds to everyone who didn't wish to die a very painful death. He's not serious, is he? Hermione whispered to Percy. Must be, Percy frowned. It's odd, though, usually he gives us a reason why we're not allowed somewhere. The Forbidden Forest is full of dangerous creatures, everyone knows that. I would have expected him to tell the prefects, at least. After the singing of the school song, a cacophonous affair with everyone finishing at different times, they were dismissed. Percy led the Gryffindor first-years through the chattering crowds, out of the great hall, and up the marble staircase. Harry's legs felt like lead after the long day and enormous meal, but he took in every detail of the castle as they went, the portraits that whispered and pointed as they passed, the suits of armor that creaked as if saluting, the doorways hidden behind sliding panels and hanging tapestries. They climbed more staircases until they reached a portrait of a very fat woman in a pink silk dress. Password? She asked. Caput Draconis, said Percy, and the portrait swung forward to reveal a round hole in the wall. They all scrambled through it and found themselves in the Gryffindor common room, a cozy, circular room full of squashy armchairs and a crackling fire. Percy directed the girls through one door to their dormitory and the boys through another. At the top of a spiral staircase, they found their beds at last, 5 four-posters hung with deep red, velvet curtains. Their trunks had already been brought up. Too tired to talk much, they pulled on their pajamas and fell into bed. "Great food, isn't it?" Ron muttered sleepily through the hangings. "Get used to eating like this at Hogwarts." Harry didn't answer. He was experiencing a strange mixture of emotions: excitement about his new house, exhaustion from the long day, and a surprising pang of homesickness for Chateau Delicour. Despite the welcoming atmosphere of Gryffindor Tower, it wasn't yet home the way the chateau had become. He reached for his communication stone, holding it tightly as he sent a pulse of his complex emotions through it. The response came almost immediately, a warm wave of understanding and reassurance that seemed to say, "This is normal. This is part of growing. We are still here." Comforted, Harry drifted to sleep, his first night in Hogwarts Castle blending into dreams of two worlds, the French home that had saved him and the British heritage he was reclaiming, both now integral parts of who he was becoming. Classes began the following day, thrusting Harry and his fellow first-years into the practical aspects of magical education. After breakfast in the Great Hall, where Harry received his first piece of mail, a note from Hagrid inviting him to tea on Friday afternoon, they faced the challenge of finding their way around the enormous castle. There were 142 staircases at Hogwarts, wide, sweeping ones, narrow, rickety ones, some with vanishing steps that you had to remember to jump, some that led somewhere different on Friday. Then there were doors that wouldn't open unless you asked politely or tickled them in exactly the right place, and doors that weren't doors at all, but solid walls just pretending. The portraits confused matters by visiting each other, and Harry suspected that the suits of armor could walk. Thanks to his thorough preparation, Harry found himself less bewildered than many of his classmates. He had studied the general layout of Hogwarts from books and had developed a methodical approach to navigation. "It's like a puzzle," he explained to Ron and Hermione as they tried to find their way to Transfiguration. "The castle has its own logic, you just have to learn how it thinks." "Easy for you to say," Ron grumbled after they'd taken a wrong turn and ended up facing a blank wall. "You probably had maps and diagrams and things." "Actually," Harry admitted, "I did have diagrams. But they're not always accurate because the castle changes. I think the trick is to understand the patterns of change." Hermione looked intrigued by this approach. "Like mathematical variables in an equation," she said thoughtfully. "The staircases move according to specific schedules and triggers." "Exactly," Harry nodded. "For instance, I've noticed this staircase on the 3rd floor moves clockwise on odd-numbered days, but counterclockwise on even-numbered days. Once you notice those kinds of patterns, navigation becomes easier." This systematic thinking reflected the influence of his tutors, particularly Flamel, who had emphasized understanding magical principles rather than memorizing specific facts. Harry found that this approach served him well not only in navigating the castle but also in his classes. Their course load included Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall, Charms with tiny Professor Flitwick, Herbology with dumpy Professor Sprout, History of Magic with the ghostly Professor Binns, Defense against the Dark Arts with the nervous Professor Quirrell, and Potions with the intimidating Professor Snape. Each subject presented its own challenges and rewards. In Transfiguration, they began with theory before attempting to transform a match into a needle. Harry, having practiced similar basic transformations under Flamel's guidance, managed a partial transformation on his first attempt. The match took on a silvery sheen and pointed at one end, though it remained wooden in texture. "Very good, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said with restrained approval. 5 points to Gryffindor for a promising first attempt. Hermione was the only other student to make any progress with the spell, earning Gryffindor another 5 points and establishing a friendly academic rivalry between her and Harry that would come to characterize their relationship. In Charms, Professor Flitwick's reaction to calling Harry's name during roll call, squeaking excitedly and toppling off the stack of books he stood on, was embarrassing but brief. The actual lesson on wand movements proved fascinating, with Flitwick emphasizing precision and fluidity. "Your grip is excellent, Mr. Potter," the tiny professor commented during practice. Many first years hold their wands too tightly, restricting the flow of magic. Thank you, sir, Harry replied. I had a good teacher who emphasized proper technique. Ah yes, Nicholas mentioned he'd been working with you, Flitwick nodded. A brilliant wizard, even after all these centuries. You were fortunate to have his guidance. This exchange drew curious looks from nearby students, particularly Hermione, who later bombarded Harry with questions about his tutoring with the legendary alchemist. Nicholas Flamel. The Nicholas Flamel, she gasped when Harry confirmed his tutor's identity. The only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. Harry, do you realize how extraordinary that is? He's just a person, Harry shrugged, though he couldn't entirely suppress a smile at her reaction. A very old, very wise person who happens to make excellent ginger biscuits during lesson breaks. The reaction to Harry's previous magical education varied among his teachers. While Flitwick and McGonagall seemed to appreciate his solid foundation, Professor Binns didn't appear to notice or care about any student's level of preparation, droning on about goblin rebellions regardless of whether anyone was listening. Herbology offered Harry his first experience of being genuinely behind some of his classmates. Despite the magical gardens at Chateau Delicour, his plant knowledge was more theoretical than practical. Neville Longbottom, surprisingly, emerged as a natural in this subject, confidently identifying plants that Harry knew only from books. How did you know that was fluxweed and not common sage? Harry asked Neville after their first lesson. They look nearly identical to me. The veining pattern on the leaves, Neville explained, coming alive when discussing plants in a way he didn't in other contexts. Fluxweed has a distinctive Y-shaped secondary vein structure, while sage branches more randomly. Also, the smell is different, more metallic for fluxweed. Harry was impressed by this expertise and made a point of partnering with Neville when possible in future herbology lessons, an arrangement that benefited them both. Neville's confidence grew with Harry's respect, while Harry's botanical knowledge expanded through practical application. Defense against the dark arts, which Harry had particularly looked forward to based on his sessions with the retired Auror at Chateau Delicour, proved disappointingly theoretical under Professor Quirrell's nervous instruction. The classroom smelled strongly of garlic, which was said to ward off a vampire Quirrell had encountered in Romania. Will be begin with B basic D defensive theory, Quirrell stuttered during their first lesson. T turn to P page 7 in your T textbooks. The class spent more time reading than practicing, much to Harry's frustration. His communication journal that evening contained a lengthy entry to Fleur about the disappointment. I'd hoped for practical defense training, but we're just reading about theories anyone could learn from a book. Professor Quirrell seems terrified of his own shadow. I keep thinking about what Monsieur Thibault taught us about maintaining constant awareness and practical defensive postures, but there's no opportunity to practice any of it. Fleur's reply the next morning was sympathetic but practical. That is disappointing, but perhaps unsurprising given Hogwarts' reputation for theoretical emphasis in the early years. Remember what Papa always says, your education is what you make of it, not just what your teachers provide. Perhaps you could practice defensive techniques on your own time. Or form a study group with others who share your interest. Don't let one professor's limitations restrict your learning. It was sound advice that Harry took to heart, resolving to find ways to supplement his practical magical education beyond the classroom. The most challenging class proved to be potions, which took place in the dungeons with the Slytherins. Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House, began the class with roll call, pausing at Harry's name. Ah, yes, he said softly, Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Draco Malfoy and his friends Crabbe and Goyle sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling names and looked up at the class, his eyes as black and cold as tunnel entrances. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. He spoke barely above a whisper, but they caught every word. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." Silence followed this little speech. Harry, rather than being intimidated, found himself intrigued by Snape's obvious passion for his subject, even if his delivery was unnecessarily dramatic. "Potter," Snape said suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot into the air beside him, but Harry, thanks to his potions lessons with Flammel, knew this one. "The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion." Snape's eyebrows rose fractionally. "Correct. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Again, Hermione's hand stretched toward the ceiling, but Harry answered promptly, "In the stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that acts as an antidote to most poisons." Snape's lips thinned. "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir," Harry replied. "Also known as aconite." A flicker of something, not quite approval, but perhaps reassessment, crossed Snape's features before his expression hardened again. "It seems fame isn't everything, but proper preparation might be." "Well, why aren't you all copying this down?" There was a sudden rustling of quills and parchment. As the lesson continued, Snape set them to mixing a simple potion to cure boils. Harry partnered with Ron, carefully following the instructions while incorporating techniques Flammel had taught him, such as crushing snake fangs with the flat of the blade rather than the edge for more uniform texture, and stirring with precise, measured movements. Snape swept around the room, criticizing almost everyone except Malfoy, whom he seemed to favor. He was just telling everyone to look at the perfect way Malfoy had stewed his horned slugs when clouds of acid green smoke and a loud hissing filled the dungeon. Neville had somehow managed to melt Seamus's cauldron into a twisted blob, and their potion was seeping across the stone floor, burning holes in people's shoes. Within seconds, the whole class was standing on their stools while Neville, who had been drenched in the potion when the cauldron collapsed, moaned in pain as angry red boils sprang up all over his arms and legs. "Idiot boy," snarled Snape, clearing the spilled potion away with one wave of his wand. "I suppose you added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire?" Neville whimpered as boils started to pop up all over his nose. "Take him up to the hospital wing," Snape spat at Seamus. Then he rounded on Harry and Ron, who had been working next to Neville. "You, Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought he'd make you look good if he got it wrong, did you?" "That's a point from Gryffindor." Harry opened his mouth to protest this unfairness but felt Ron kick him behind their cauldron. "Don't push it," he muttered. "I've heard Snape can turn very nasty." As they climbed the steps out of the dungeon an hour later, Harry's mind was racing. He had successfully answered Snape's questions and produced a perfect potion, yet the professor still seemed determined to dislike him. "Cheerful bloke, isn't he?" Ron commented as they headed to lunch. "Fred and George say he always favors the Slytherins, he's their head of house." "Still, that was unfair," Hermione said, having overheard them. "You couldn't possibly have been monitoring Neville's cauldron while working on your own. I'm surprised you knew all those answers, though. Those were quite advanced questions." "I've had some training in potions," Harry explained. "And I read ahead." "Me too." Hermione brightened. "I've read all our textbooks cover to cover." "Which additional potions resources have you studied?" "I found Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger particularly useful, though some of the theory in the later chapters was a bit complex." This launched a detailed academic discussion that Ron initially rolled his eyes at but eventually joined when the topic shifted to the practical applications of potions in wizard duels. That afternoon, they had their first flying lesson, another class shared with the Slytherins. Harry, who had been flying regularly at Chateau Delicour, approached the lesson with confidence, though he was careful not to appear boastful. "Stick out your right hand over your broom," Madame Hooch instructed them, "and say, 'up.'" "Up," everyone shouted. Harry's broom jumped into his hand immediately, one of the few that did. Hermione's merely rolled over, and Neville's didn't move at all. You have to mean it, Harry whispered to Neville. Brooms can sense hesitation. Neville nodded gratefully and tried again with slightly more conviction, though his broom still rose reluctantly compared to Harry's eager response. Before Madame Hooch could instruct them further, Neville's nervousness got the better of him. He pushed off too early, rising rapidly before slipping off his broom and falling with a nasty crack that Harry knew instantly meant a broken wrist. Madame Hooch rushed to examine him, muttering about broken bones. None of you is to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. You leave those brooms where they are, or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Come on, dear. No sooner were they out of earshot than Malfoy burst into laughter. Did you see his face, the great lump? Shut up, Malfoy, snapped Parvati Patil. Ooh, sticking up for Longbottom, said Pansy Parkinson, a hard-faced Slytherin girl. Never thought you'd like fat little crybabies, Parvati. Look, said Malfoy, darting forward and snatching something from the grass. It's that stupid thing Longbottom's Gran sent him. The remembrall glittered in the sun as he held it up. Give that here, Malfoy, said Harry quietly, stepping forward. Everyone stopped talking to watch. Malfoy smiled nastily. I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find. How about up a tree? Give it here. Harry repeated, but Malfoy had leapt onto his broomstick and taken off. Hovering level with the topmost branches of an oak, he called, Come and get it, Potter. Harry, thinking quickly, considered his options. Flying after Malfoy would break school rules, but letting him get away with bullying seemed wrong. He thought about what Fleur might advise in this situation. Escalating a conflict publicly rarely ends well, he could almost hear her saying. There are usually better ways to achieve justice. No, he said firmly, setting his broom down. I'm not risking expulsion over your childish game, Malfoy. But Professor McGonagall will certainly be interested to hear about this incident. Malfoy's triumphant expression faltered slightly, as if he'd been expecting, hoping for, Harry to rise to the bait. Several other students looked surprised as well, including Ron, who had clearly expected Harry to give chase. Scared, Potter? Malfoy called, though his taunt sounded hollow. Sensible, Harry countered. Unlike you right now. Malfoy hesitated, clearly unsure how to proceed when denied the confrontation he'd sought. Finally, with a scowl, he flew back down and tossed the remembrall carelessly in Harry's direction. Fine. It's just a stupid glass ball anyway. Harry caught it one-handed, a quick, reflexive movement that betrayed his natural coordination. I'll return this to Neville, he said simply. When Madame Hooch returned, the lesson continued without further incident, though Harry could feel both appreciative and disappointed looks from his classmates, the former from those who respected his restraint, the latter from those who had hoped for more drama. After the lesson, as they walked back toward the castle, Ron seemed perplexed. Why didn't you go after him? You could have shown him up. And gotten expelled my first week? Harry shook his head. It wasn't worth it. Besides, he added with a slight smile, sometimes the most satisfying victory is denying someone the fight they're looking for. That's, actually pretty wise, Ron admitted after a moment's consideration. Where'd you learn that? Fleur, Harry replied. She says her mother taught her that the best way to deal with those seeking attention through conflict is to deny them the audience they crave. Your French family sounds really smart, Ron said. Different from mine. When there's a problem in our house, it usually ends with shouting or hexes. Harry laughed. Well, the Delicours are very diplomatic. Comes with Sebastian's job, I suppose. They were interrupted by Hermione, who had overheard part of their conversation. I think what you did was very responsible, Harry, she said approvingly. Rules exist for good reasons. Flying without supervision could have been dangerous. Thanks, Hermione, Harry nodded, though he privately thought that, had the situation been different, had Malfoy been actively damaging the remembrall rather than merely taking it, he might have made a different choice. Later that evening, after visiting Neville in the hospital wing to return his remembrall, earning profound gratitude from the injured boy, Harry retreated to a quiet corner of the Gryffindor common room to write in his journal to Fleur. "First week nearly complete," he wrote. "Classes are interesting, though varying levels of challenging. Today I had to decide between following rules and confronting a bully. I chose the rules this time, though it felt strange to walk away. Would you have done the same?" Fleur's reply came the next morning: "Each situation requires its own wisdom. Sometimes restraint is braver than action, especially when action serves only to feed someone else's narrative. You denied Malfoy what he wanted, a public confrontation that would either get you in trouble or establish him as your rival. Well done. Not all battles must be fought immediately or in the manner your opponent chooses. That said, standing up for what's right is important too. The key is discerning which response best serves justice in that moment. Restraint today may give you stronger position tomorrow." Her perspective, as always, helped Harry clarify his own thinking. The incident with Malfoy, minor as it was, had represented his first real test of navigating Hogwarts social dynamics with the values he'd developed during his year with the Delacours. He was finding his own path, not simply adopting Fleur's approach or conforming to his classmates' expectations, but developing his own principles through thoughtful consideration. As September progressed, Harry settled into a rhythm at Hogwarts. Classes became more engaging as they moved beyond basic theory to practical applications. His friendship with Ron deepened through shared experiences, while his relationship with Hermione evolved from mild academic rivalry to mutual respect. Neville, grateful for Harry's defense against Malfoy and his patient help in potions, became another regular companion. Harry's Friday afternoon teas with Hagrid became a pleasant tradition. The groundskeeper's hut was small but cozy, and though his rock cakes threatened to break teeth, his warmth and genuine interest in Harry's well-being more than compensated. During these visits, Harry learned more about his parents, particularly his father, whom Hagrid had known well. "Yeah, look just like him," Hagrid told Harry during one such visit. "Except the eyes. Yevi got your mum's eyes." "What were they like?" Harry asked eagerly. "As people, I mean, not just as students or wizards." "James was a right troublemaker," Hagrid chuckled. "Always up to something with those friends of his. But brave, yeah, couldn't find a braver wizard when it counted. And Lily, clever as they come, but kind with it. Never looked down on anyone, no matter who they were or what they could do. They were good people, Harry. The best." These personal anecdotes complemented the more formal knowledge Harry had gained about his parents over the past year. Through Flannel and Dumbledore's connections, he had learned of James Potter's talent for transfiguration and Lily Evans Potter's gift for charms and potions. But Hagrid's stories added color and humanity to their academic achievements, helping Harry form a more complete picture of the people who had given him life, and ultimately sacrificed theirs for his. The promised monthly visits home to Chateau Delicour provided another source of stability in Harry's new life. His first such visit occurred at the end of September, a month after his arrival at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall escorted him to Dumbledore's office on Friday evening after his last class. "The headmaster has connected his office floor temporarily to your guardian's home," she explained as they climbed the spiral staircase behind the Gargoyle Guardian, which had moved aside at the password, "Chocolate Frog." "You'll return Sunday evening before curfew." Dumbledore's circular office was fascinating. Silver instruments whirred and emitted puffs of smoke on spindle-legged tables, portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses dozed in their frames, and a magnificent red and gold bird the size of a swan perched beside the desk. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore greeted warmly. "Ready for your weekend visit? I trust your first month at Hogwarts has been enlightening." "Yes, sir," Harry nodded. "I'm enjoying it very much." "Excellent. And your classwork is progressing well, I hear. Professor Flitwick in particular speaks highly of your charm work." "Thank you, sir." "The Fleur connection will open momentarily," Dumbledore continued, gesturing to the large fireplace. "It's a direct connection, so you need only step into the flames and you'll emerge at Chateau Delicour. No need to specify the destination. As if on cue, the flames in the fireplace flared green. Harry, experienced with Fleur travel now, stepped forward confidently. "Have a pleasant weekend, Harry," Dumbledore smiled. "Please convey my regards to the Delacours." "I will, sir." "Thank you." Harry stepped into the emerald flames, feeling the now familiar whirling sensation of Fleur travel. When it stopped, he found himself in the familiar entrance hall of Chateau Delicour, where the entire family waited to welcome him. "Harry!" Gabrielle squealed, launching herself at him before he'd fully regained his balance. "You're home." The word home resonated deeply with Harry as he returned Gabrielle's enthusiastic hug and accepted warmer, more dignified greetings from Apollon and Sebastian. But it was Fleur's welcome that affected him most, a smile that lit her entire face and a hug that conveyed a month's worth of missed connection. "Welcome back," she said softly. "We've been counting the days." The weekend passed in a blur of comfortable familiarity, meals in the sunlit breakfast room, walks around the grounds that were now showing autumn colors, quiet evenings by the fire sharing stories of their respective schools. Harry found himself relaxing muscles he hadn't realized were tense, shedding the slight but constant awareness that came with being Harry Potter at Hogwarts rather than just Harry at home. "You seem more centered," Fleur observed as they sat by the lake on Saturday afternoon, bundled against the autumn chill. "More sure of yourself." "Do I?" Harry considered this. "I suppose I am, in some ways. At Hogwarts, I have to make my own decisions all the time, which doesn't mean I don't miss your advice," he added quickly. Fleur laughed. "I understand. Independence builds confidence. You're finding your own path, which is exactly as it should be." She paused, studying him. "Has our connection, the stones and journals, been helpful?" "Incredibly," Harry assured her. "Knowing I can reach you anytime makes everything easier. Though it's not the same as talking face to face." "No," she agreed. "It isn't. But it's a bridge between our worlds." "Speaking of which," Harry said, "how are things at Beauxbatons? Your last few journal entries mention challenges with advanced transfiguration." Fleur grimaced. "Professor Rousseau has us attempting partial human transfiguration this term, changing the appearance of specific body parts. It's particularly challenging with my Veela heritage. Our magic sometimes resists certain transformations." "Because Veela can already transform somewhat when angered?" Harry asked, recalling what he'd learned about Veela biology. "Exactly. The natural transformation interferes with the controlled magical one. I've been practicing extra hours, but progress is slow." She sighed, then brightened. "But enough about my academic frustrations. Tell me more about these friends you've mentioned in your journals." "Ron and Hermione, was it?" Harry spent the next hour describing his Hogwarts companions, Ron's strategic mind and loyalty, Hermione's brilliant intellect and occasional rigidity, Neville's gentle nature and surprising botanical expertise. Fleur listened attentively, asking insightful questions that helped Harry articulate aspects of these new relationships he hadn't fully considered himself. "They sound like a good balance for you," she concluded. "Different perspectives, different strengths. Though this Hermione sounds rather like me at her age, perhaps a bit too concerned with rules and academic achievement." "You were never that intense," Harry laughed. "But yes, I think you'd like her. She's brilliant, just still finding her confidence outside of books." All too soon, Sunday evening arrived, and it was time for Harry to return to Hogwarts. The goodbye was easier than the September parting had been, temporary rather than indefinite, a "see you soon" rather than a true farewell. "Remember," Apollon said as they gathered by the flue, "if you need anything at all between visits, you need only ask. And our door is always open if circumstances require an unscheduled visit," Sebastian added, with a meaningful glance at the emergency portkey medallion Harry still wore beneath his robes. "I know," Harry nodded gratefully. "Thank you for everything." Bring me a Hogwarts quill next time. Gabrielle demanded, extracting a solemn promise that he would. Fleur's goodbye was a simple hug and a murmured, "The stone and journal are always there. Distance is nothing to magic when hearts are connected." With that slightly poetic sentiment warming him, Harry stepped back through the Fleur to Dumbledore's office, returning to his Hogwarts life refreshed and grounded by his weekend at home. The transition back to Hogwarts was seamless. Harry slipped into his school routine with renewed focus, bringing back a perspective that was subtly influenced by his time at Chateau Delicur. He found himself more appreciative of Hogwarts' unique qualities after the brief separation, the ancient magic that permeated its walls, the diverse community of students and faculty, the sense of living history that differed from but complemented the elegant tradition of the Delacour's world. October brought increasingly chilly weather and the excitement of Halloween approaching. The professors began incorporating seasonal themes into their lessons, Professor Flitwick teaching them to animate tiny pumpkins in charms, Professor Sprout introducing them to plants that thrived in the autumn, and even Professor Binns taking a brief detour from goblin rebellions to discuss historical wizarding Halloween traditions. During one breakfast in mid-October, Harry received an unexpected package delivered by 6 large screech owls. Long and thin, wrapped in brown paper and tied with string, it landed with a thud on the table, narrowly missing Ron's orange juice. "Bit early for mail, isn't it?" Ron commented, looking curious as Harry untied the attached note. "Harry, I noticed during your last visit that you mentioned Hogwarts' upcoming flying lessons. While I understand first years traditionally aren't allowed their own broomsticks, Dumbledore has assured me that an exception can be made given your particular circumstances. Consider this an early Christmas present, something to help you fully enjoy the magical sport your father loved so well. Fly safely, Sebastian. P.S. Apollon thinks I'm being ridiculous indulging you with a racing broom at age 11, but even she admits you have a natural talent that deserves proper equipment." Harry's hands trembled slightly as he carefully unwrapped the package. Inside was a gleaming broomstick of polished mahogany, with neat, straight twigs and gold lettering near the handle. "A Nimbus 2000. Ron moaned enviously. "I've never even touched one." Students from all around the table gathered to admire the broom, their exclamations drawing attention from throughout the great hall. "But first years aren't allowed broomsticks," Hermione pointed out, frowning slightly. "Special permission," Harry explained, still admiring the beautiful craftsmanship. "My guardian arranged it with Dumbledore." "That's your French guardian?" Seamus Finnegan asked. "The one who works in their ministry?" Harry nodded, suddenly aware of the curious stares from other students. His living situation with the Delacours wasn't a secret, but neither was it something he discussed extensively. Now, with this visible evidence of their care for him, questions were inevitable. "Why do you live with a French family anyway?" Lavender Brown asked what many were clearly wondering. "I mean, you're Harry Potter. Shouldn't you be with, I don't know, British wizards?" The question wasn't malicious, merely curious, but Harry felt himself tense slightly. "The Delacours are my family now," he said simply. "They took me in when I needed a home." "But what about your Muggle relatives?" another student pressed. "The ones you lived with before?" "They weren't kind," Harry said after a moment's hesitation. "The Delacours are." Something in his tone discouraged further questions along that line. The conversation shifted back to the Nimbus 2000 and its impressive specifications, much to Harry's relief. Later that day, as Harry showed Ron the broom's features in more detail, his friend's initial envy gave way to genuine excitement. "You have to let me have a go sometime," he said eagerly. "Of course," Harry agreed. "Maybe we could find time this weekend to fly. I bet Madame Hooch would supervise if we asked." "Brilliant." Ron grinned. "My brothers say the Quidditch pitch is usually available on Sunday mornings when the teams aren't practicing." True to his word, Harry arranged with Madame Hooch to use the Quidditch pitch that Sunday, inviting not only Ron but also Neville, who needed confidence-building flying practice, and, after a moment's consideration, Hermione, who admitted she was far more comfortable with books than brooms but wanted to overcome her fear. The morning proved ideal for flying, clear, crisp, with just enough breeze to make it interesting without being challenging. Harry, who had been flying regularly at Chateau Delicour, felt at home on his new Nimbus 2000, which responded to his slightest touch with precision and speed that made his previous experience on school brooms seem clumsy by comparison. "That's incredible!" Ron shouted as Harry executed a perfect corkscrew dive, pulling up smoothly just above the grass. "You fly like you were born on a broom." Even Madame Hooch, supervising from the ground, looked impressed. "You have a natural talent, Potter," she commented. "Your father was the same way, a gifted flyer. He was a chaser for Gryffindor, you know." "Really?" Harry hadn't known this specific detail about his father. "I thought he might have played, but I didn't know what position." "One of the best," Madame Hooch confirmed. "You might consider trying out for the team next year. With skills like yours and a broom like that, you'd have a good chance." The casual mention of his father's Quidditch position was one of many small ways Harry was connecting with his heritage at Hogwarts. Unlike at the Dursleys, where any mention of his parents had been forbidden, or even at Chateau Delacour, where information about James and Lily Potter came primarily from books and second-hand accounts, at Hogwarts he was surrounded by people who had known them personally. Professor McGonagall, he discovered, had taught both his parents and remembered them as exceptional students. Professor Flitwick spoke fondly of Lily's charm work. Even Professor Snape, though he never directly mentioned Harry's parents, sometimes gave Harry looks that suggested complicated history, particularly when Harry demonstrated potion-making techniques similar to those his mother might have used. These connections to his past enriched Harry's Hogwarts experience, helping him feel anchored in a heritage he was only beginning to understand. At the same time, his regular communications with the Delacours and monthly visits home provided stability and perspective that enabled him to process these discoveries in a healthy way. His journal entries to Fleur became a chronicle of this journey of self-discovery. "I learned today that my father was a chaser for Gryffindor. Madame Hooch says I fly like him. It's strange how happy that made me feel, to know I share something with him beyond just looking similar. Sometimes I wonder how much of who we are comes from our parents and how much we create ourselves." Fleur's responses were always thoughtful, often drawing on her own experience navigating her Veela heritage. "We are mosaics, Harry, pieces of those who came before us, combined with our own unique elements created through experience and choice. Finding connections to your parents doesn't diminish your individuality, it enriches it. My Veela heritage shapes aspects of my magic and appearance, but what I do with these gifts is entirely my own choice. The same is true for you. Your father's flying ability may live in your blood, but the joy you find in it and how you express it, that's purely Harry." This blend of British heritage and French influence, past connections and present growth, was shaping Harry into someone neither fully one nor the other, but a unique integration of both worlds. His dual perspective occasionally manifested in ways that surprised his classmates, such as during a history of magic discussion about international magical cooperation. The statute of secrecy implementation varied significantly across Europe, Harry commented when Professor Binns briefly mentioned the topic. The French approach emphasized integration and illusion rather than complete separation, which is why their magical districts are often interwoven with Muggle areas instead of hidden behind magical barriers like Diagon Alley. The entire class, including Binns himself, looked startled by this informed interjection into what was usually a one-sided lecture. "Quite right, Mr. Potter," the ghostly professor acknowledged after a moment's pause. 5 points to Gryffindor for this observation. The cultural variations in statute implementation reflect deeper philosophical differences about wizard-muggle relations that persist to this day. "How'd you know that?" Ron whispered as Binns returned to his prepared lecture. "I've spent time in both countries' magical areas," Harry explained quietly. "The difference is quite striking once you notice it." Hermione, sitting nearby, looked impressed. "That's the sort of comparative magical history I've been trying to find in the library," she whispered. "Most of the books focus solely on British magical development. I could lend you a book on European magical governance that Sebastian gave me," Harry offered. "It covers those differences in detail." Hermione's eyes lit up at the prospect of new reading material, and by that evening, she was deep in the borrowed tome, occasionally exclaiming over particularly interesting passages. This exchange marked the beginning of a new dimension to their friendship, one based on shared intellectual curiosity that transcended their initial academic rivalry. As Halloween approached, Harry found himself both looking forward to experiencing his first magical celebration of the holiday and feeling a growing awareness that it marked the anniversary of his parents' deaths. He mentioned this conflicted feeling in his journal to Fleur: "Everyone's excited about the Halloween feast, and I am too, but I keep remembering that it's also the night my parents were killed. No one else seems to connect Halloween with that event, though it was a major moment in magical history. Should I say something? Or just join in the celebrations?" Fleur's response was characteristically thoughtful. In many cultures, including magical ones, festivals that celebrate life often coincide with honoring those who have passed. Perhaps you can do both: enjoy the celebration with friends while finding a quiet moment to remember your parents. Their sacrifice enabled you to live and experience joy, after all. If you feel comfortable, you might share these thoughts with friends who would understand. True friends will appreciate knowing what this day means to you beyond the feast and decorations. Taking her advice, Harry spoke with Ron and Hermione the day before Halloween, explaining his mixed feelings about the holiday. Their responses reflected their different personalities but shared understanding. "Mate, I had no idea," Ron said, looking genuinely chagrined. "Of course you'd think about them. Anyone would. Perhaps we could do something special to remember them," Hermione suggested practically. "I've read that wizarding families often light remembrance candles for loved ones on significant dates." "That's a good idea," Harry nodded, touched by their support. "Maybe after the feast, we could go somewhere quiet and light candles. Nothing elaborate, just a moment to acknowledge them." They agreed to this plan, and Harry felt lighter having shared his thoughts. When Halloween arrived, he was able to enjoy the spectacular decorations in the Great Hall: live bats fluttering from the walls and ceiling, enormous pumpkins carved into lanterns large enough to sit in, floating candles that cast an eerie but festive glow over everything, while still honoring the day's deeper significance for him personally. The Halloween feast was underway, platters of food appearing magically on the golden plates, when Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know," he gasped before collapsing in a dead faint. The hall erupted in panic until Dumbledore set off purple firecrackers from his wand to restore silence. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." As Percy Weasley efficiently organized the Gryffindors, Harry suddenly grabbed Ron's arm. "Hermione. What about her? She doesn't know about the troll. She's been in the bathroom crying all afternoon after charms." Earlier that day, Ron had made an insensitive comment about Hermione having no friends, after she corrected his levitation charm pronunciation. The words had hit harder than he'd intended, and Hermione had been absent since, reportedly overheard sobbing in the girls' bathroom. "Oh bloody hell," Ron looked stricken. "We've got to warn her." Slipping away from the Gryffindor line, they hurried toward the girls' bathroom on the first floor. As they rounded a corner, they heard quick footsteps behind them and ducked behind a large stone griffin. To their surprise, it was not a prefect or teacher but Professor Snape, moving quickly and furtively toward the third floor. "What's he doing?" Harry whispered. "Why isn't he with the other teachers in the dungeons?" "No idea," Ron replied. Once Snape disappeared, they continued toward the bathroom, only to halt at a horrible smell and the sound of low grunting and giant footfalls. The troll, 12 feet tall with granite-gray skin and a tiny head perched on a boulder-like body, was shambling into a doorway. "The key's in the lock," Harry whispered. "We could lock it in." "Good idea," Ron nodded nervously. They edged toward the door, and with a leap, Harry managed to grab the key, slam the door, and lock it. Flushed with their success, they had just started to run back toward the dormitory when a high, petrified scream came from the chamber they'd just locked. "Oh, no," Ron said, pale as the Bloody Baron. "It's the girls' bathroom." Harry gasped. Hermione, they said together. Harry's mind raced as they fumbled to reopen the door. His emergency defense training with the retired Auror at Chateau Delicour had covered theory about magical creatures, including trolls, but facing one in reality was entirely different. Trolls were magically resistant, immensely strong, and dangerously stupid, a terrible combination. They burst into the bathroom to find Hermione shrinking against the opposite wall, looking as if she was about to faint. The troll was advancing on her, knocking sinks off the walls as it went. Confuse it. Harry yelled desperately, seizing a tap and throwing it against the wall. The troll stopped, blinking stupidly, then turned its ugly face toward Harry and began lumbering toward him instead. Oi, pea-brain! Ron shouted from the other side of the chamber, throwing a metal pipe at the creature. The distraction worked, giving Harry time to run around the troll to reach Hermione. Come on, run, run, he urged, trying to pull her toward the door, but she was frozen with fear. The shouting and echoes seemed to be driving the troll berserk. It roared and started toward Ron, who was nearest and had no way to escape. Harry, acting on instinct rather than plan, did something both brave and foolish. He took a running jump and managed to fasten his arms around the troll's neck from behind. The troll didn't seem to notice him hanging there, but it certainly felt when Harry's wand, still in his hand as he jumped, went straight up one of its nostrils. Howling with pain, the troll twisted and flailed, with Harry clinging desperately to its neck. Hermione had sunk to the floor in fright. Ron pulled out his own wand, not knowing what he was going to do but needing to do something. Suddenly, he heard himself cry out the first spell that came to mind, Wingardium Leviosa. The troll's club flew out of its hand, rose high into the air, turned slowly over, and dropped, with a sickening crack, onto its owner's head. The troll swayed in place, then fell flat on its face with a thud that made the whole room tremble. Harry got to his feet, shaking and out of breath. Ron stood frozen, his wand still raised, staring at what he had done. Hermione was the first to speak. Is it dead? I don't think so, Harry said, bending to retrieve his wand from the troll's nose. Just knocked out. He wiped his wand on the troll's trousers, grimacing at the lumpy gray substance that clung to it. A sudden slamming and loud footsteps made them look up. They hadn't realized what a racket they had been making, but of course, someone downstairs must have heard the crashes and the troll's roars. Professor McGonagall burst into the room, followed closely by Snape and Quirrell. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a faint whimper, and sat quickly on a toilet, clutching his heart. Snape bent over the troll, while McGonagall looked at Ron and Harry with fury in her eyes. What on earth were you thinking? She demanded, cold with rage. You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory? Then a small voice came from the shadows. Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. Miss Granger. Hermione had managed to get to her feet at last. I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own, you know, because I've read all about them. Harry and Ron stared at her, amazed. Hermione Granger, telling a downright lie to a teacher. If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead now. Harry stuck his wand up its nose and Ron knocked it out with its own club. They didn't have time to come and fetch anyone. It was about to finish me off when they arrived. Harry and Ron tried to look as though this story wasn't new to them. Well, in that case, Professor McGonagall said, staring at the three of them. Miss Granger, you foolish girl, how could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own? 5 points from Gryffindor. She turned to Harry and Ron. As for you two gentlemen, well, not many first years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll and lived to tell the tale. 5 points, to each of you. For sheer dumb luck. She dismissed them to finish the feast in Gryffindor Tower, where food had been sent. As they walked in silence, Harry found himself reflecting on the strange turn the evening had taken. What had begun as a day of mixed emotions, celebrating Halloween while remembering his parents, had ended with facing a troll and cementing a friendship that would prove significant in ways he couldn't yet imagine. Later that night, after the excitement had died down and their classmates had gone to bed, Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat by the common room fire. Hermione, still somewhat subdued from the ordeal, suddenly remembered their original plan. "The candles," she said quietly. "For your parents. We never got to do that." Harry had almost forgotten in the chaos. "It's all right," he began, but Ron interrupted. "No, we should still do it. It's important." To Harry's surprise, Ron produced 3 small white candles from his pocket. "Nicked these from the Great Hall during dinner," he explained with a slight grin. "Thought they might come in handy." Hermione, despite her usual adherence to rules, didn't comment on the minor theft. Instead, she helped arrange the candles on the stone hearth before the fire. "Do you want to say something?" she asked Harry gently. "Or should we just light them?" Harry thought for a moment. "I never knew them," he said finally. "Not really. But today, when we faced the troll, I think I understood something about them. About sacrifice and friendship and doing what's right even when it's dangerous." Ron nodded encouragingly. "So maybe we just light these for James and Lily Potter," Harry continued, "who faced something much worse than a troll to protect someone they loved. And for friendship, which seems to be a kind of magic all its own." They lit the candles in silence, watching the small flames flicker against the backdrop of the larger fire. It was a simple ceremony, lacking any formal wizarding ritual, but it felt right. As Harry watched the candle flames dance, he felt connected not only to the parents he'd lost but also to the friends he'd found, Ron's loyalty and courage, Hermione's brilliance and growing flexibility, and his own emerging identity that somehow incorporated all these influences while remaining distinctly his own. And across the distance, through the communication stone warm against his chest, he felt Fleur's awareness and support, a bridge between his 2 worlds, a constant in the midst of growth and change. From that Halloween night onward, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were inseparable friends. Some experiences forge connections that transcend ordinary friendship, and battling a 12-foot mountain troll is one of them. In facing that danger together, they had formed a bond that would prove essential in the challenges that lay ahead, challenges that would test not only their magical abilities but also the strength of their friendship and the values that guided them. For Harry, it marked another step in his journey of integrating his British heritage with his French upbringing, his past with his present, and his individual path with the connections that sustained him. 2 worlds had indeed collided, not in conflict but in creative fusion, forming something new and stronger than either alone could have been. This fusion would continue to define his Hogwarts experience, navigating the castle's ancient corridors with the perspective gained from Chateau Delikur, facing magical challenges with both British courage and French thoughtfulness, and building a life that honored all the influences that had shaped him while charting a course uniquely his own. As the candles burned down and the night deepened around them, Harry knew with certainty that whatever lay ahead, he would face it with the strength of both his worlds behind him. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.